Oh boy. Hello, chat. It's been a little bit.
Wah, wah.
Oh, uh, did I hear double of you? Say something.
Do you hear double of me?
No, I think you just said a boy twice. I thought it was an
I
echo.
did say a blah twice. That is in fact true.
So Radium's busy at the moment. He may pop in later, but at the very least, we have a Seth here with us today, which is fine
Yeah, I
because
mean,
this
if
is
anything,
a
from the
Seth-heavy
last time we did
chapter.
this, Radium's not that important.
No. He will be important towards the end, but there's no way we're getting to it today. I only like scrolled through the chapters for this one just to see what was happening, and it'll be okay if he misses it, I think.
Okay, cool.
I mean, this is a very like Rena free chapter who has been like his main character so far besides Satoko.
Rena and Satoko.
Yeah. But speaking of, it's been a while, so let me recap what happened last time. So we made it to the festival proper, of which Shion was not allowed to go to, since she's technically supposed to be here in secret. So as far as we
She just
know,
took a little
she
nap
didn't
instead.
go.
At
She just napped the rest of the day. So we got a few
least that's what we were
scenes.
told.
Yeah, we don't know for sure, but as far as the visual novel has shown us, but we got a few scenes from perspective of Mion and the rest of the club, as well as Satoshi killing his aunt? Question mark. But him being interrogated by the police as well. And eventually, a few days after the festival, Shion runs into him, and the police are still on his tail, despite the fact that he told him, "Oh yeah, I don't really know anything. Don't know why anyone would want to kill her." Blah blah blah. So in order for Satoshi to not be arrested, Shion makes the mistake of coming up for an alibi for him by saying, "Oh, he was with me the whole time, because I'm not Mion, I'm Shion." So now the police know that Shion is in Okinomiya, which means that the family does as well. And honestly, she would have probably been in better hands with the police than her own family because, as a result of her trying to protect Satoshi, she gets punished by having to remove 3 of her fingernails. So naturally, she is very traumatized, for a word there about that. Angry, upset. Of course, Satoshi disappears a few days later, as we already knew. But, oh, Radium. Getting home in 35-ish? Okay. We will see you when you get home. No, don't feel any need to rush to get ready, but we'll be happy to have you. Yeah, so she's obviously upset about the whole thing. And at one point, after she's allowed to stay in Okinomiya, basically the punishment was to settle things. As long as she pays for her alleged crimes, she's allowed to just, exist in society again. So she's in Okinomiya. She's at the library. She runs into Takano, who gives her some of her true crime journals. I mean, research on Hinamizawa lore and the curse and all that. So Higurashi is my favorite podcast. I mean, if we took away the visuals, would it really change anything? There's no choices in the game, so it's not like it has any gameplay. Really, we could be listening to this as an audiobook. But yeah. Takano gives Shion some of her research, and they discuss theories. So they are now both true crime brained. And after that, Mion comes to pay a visit to Shion. And it turns out, after Shion did the payment by removing her fingernails, Mion, despite seeming very cold and in power during the ceremony, did the same thing afterwards because she thought it wasn't fair that only one of the twins had to pay for it. So the two of them had a little reconciliation and just kind of faded out to black. They fell asleep. And that's where we left them. So, what could possibly go wrong from here?
Absolutely nothing.
Nothing bad has ever happened in Hinamizawa.
Never.
That said, let me actually get the game audio on stream. I did check to make sure it's actually playing this time. Also, welcome on in, Delta, Poochie, hello. Congrats on being first. For some reason, in my chat on OBS, it showed the first redeemed twice. So I guess you're first twice. Ooh, Bubsy would be something going wrong. But I don't think I have to worry about him. 1983. We're so back. The fourth year of the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa, also known as Toyoshiro-sama's curse, 1 year after Satoshi Hojo's disappearance. Isn't this the 5th year, though? I feel like... it's the 4th year since it started.
You would know better than I would.
It's year number 5.
The timeline's still a little messed up for me.
The one we just did was the 4th, but if we're going like 4th year after the curse allegedly started, then I don't know. I guess technically if it's before...
It said... Mm-hmm. Go ahead, keep going.
I was going to say, I guess if it's before the festival, then technically we're still in the 4th year, but... Sorry, what are you going to say?
So, did it say it's 1 year after he disappeared?
Yep.
So are we next year? Are we where the first chapter the other chapters pick up?
We'll find out. It's definitely in the same year. If it's actually like a year after, then it would be after the festival, but we'll find out when the festival happens, if we're before or after. But yeah, we are back on main chapter time.
Okay.
I hadn't been able to get used to my new school in Okinomiya, but I had some friends there now. Since I got a part-time job in my relative's store, I had some extra pocket money too. I ended up living with my parents after all, so I didn't have to pay for living expenses. It felt great to get to freely spend the money I earned from working. I still use the room Kasa set up for me from time to time. It was a convenient hideout for when I didn't want to see my parents. In fact...
Wait, so who's paying for that?
Good question.
Oh, well.
She was paying for it before, but she wouldn't be paying for it now? So I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know.
Unless... I don't know, maybe since he doesn't need to be there to watch over her, he doesn't need the apartment next door, so maybe he's just paying for it.
Interesting.
In fact, I was planning to spend the day there today.
Damn that teacher. She told my parents that I was skipping classes.
My dad got upset, and that was why I didn't want to stay at home. I had been asking for it, though. My teacher should know that my dad is Yakuza, and that he really gets scary when he's mad. Yeah, threaten your teacher. What could go wrong? On the whole, my life had been going well so far, except that it was boring. The reason I can enjoy this lifestyle is probably because I had to live in secret before. It was a great relief to be able to live without having to fake my identity. Well, that might have been a valuable experience. I think I learned from it. I was going grocery shopping and thought I'd get enough food for a week or so. My parents would appreciate my presence more after missing me for a week. I was doing this for their sakes.
Oh, wait. Isn't there 100 yen sale today? Yeah, there is.
I knew how to save my pocket money. I'm not a cringe male. I was in a good mood. I spun around with my arms spread out. I felt like I was inside a little whirlwind.
What just happened?
Not again!
Here we go.
My arm hit a motorcycle parked on the sidewalk. It obviously wasn't there. It obviously wasn't where it's supposed to be.
Ow! What the? Who parked this motorcycle here?
I gave the motorcycle a kick with no hesitation.
Good lord. Are we doing this again? For real?
Clearly she hasn't learned anything.
1 year later.
And there were 3 motorcycles lined up in a row. They all felt like dominoes. It was beautiful and so much fun. Oh? This is odd. I felt like I'd gone through the exact same experience before.
No kidding.
While blinking my eyes in an effort to recall when that was, some people grabbed me by the neck and dragged me into a dark alley.
Oh my god, Jesus.
It looked like these punks were the owners of those motorcycles. They started shouting at me. This really was strange. I was having deja vu.
You fucking your bitch? What do you think you're doing, huh?
I'll fucking bash your head in, bitch.
Ah. Gonna pay for what you did.
That's right. It was when I met Satoshi-kun for the first time. He came to save me. If I pretended to cry again now, would he come to save me again? I made a wish, and I started pretending to cry and beg for mercy. At that time, it doubted my ears. Cut it out. Can't you see she's crying? The boy. He's got a sprite now. He was a boy about my age. I couldn't quite see his face because of the light illuminating him from behind.
Satoshi-kun?
Of course, it couldn't be him. It
What the
couldn't
fuck is
be.
that shirt?
It's like a crop top, but also a vest. They got rid of it in the newer anime and just gave him like a generic vest. Honestly, downgrade.
Uh-huh.
When I snapped out of my daydream, I realized that it wasn't Satoshi-kun after all. He looked less gracious than Satoshi-kun, so to speak.
Oof.
If Satoshi-kun was pristine and untouched, then this guy would have scratches all over him. But although they were completely different, I got a similar impression from him somehow.
What the hell? What the fuck are ye?
You wanna get hurt or what?
Fucking say something. Son of a bitch.
The boy looked a bit taken aback. Well, I just thought you might want to let her go because she's crying, so...
Huh? The fuck you think you telling us what to do?
Whoa, hold on. I'm against violence. What was up with this guy? I felt ashamed that I mistook him for Satoshi-kun even for a second. He seemed cool at first, but he wasn't as cool as Satoshi-kun after all. Well, I mean, I'm sorry that your motorcycles were knocked down, but I hope you don't feel too bad about it. How could I make you feel better? Of course, we don't have any money on us, you know?
If you don't got money, then...
If you got no money, you gotta pay with your body. Oh.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh.
This chick's got some real nice boobies. Let's strip her down and see.
Let's not. See, I thought they were talking to Keiichi and we're gonna beat the shit out of him. No, it went exactly
Oh, that's
where
not
it
how I read
sounded.
that.
Well, I assume they were
This
still
went the
talking
exact
to
direction I
him,
expected it to.
But, yeah. Hey, are you kidding me? I tightened my grip on the stun gun in my pocket.
She
Then I
had that
turned
this
it-
whole time.
Yeah, I mean, you never know when you might need it. Normal people carry pepper spray, but you know.
Well, I mean, she had a stun gun, and she chose instead to cry in the hopes that Satoshi shows up.
Yeah, you know. And then I turned it up to the maximum intensity. Don't hold a grudge against me if you die, pervs.
I love it when girls get stripped in dose porn videos. Dose.
Yeah, the strippings is better than the actual sex. They indulge in their imaginations, which arouse their spirits.
Spirits.
Something's getting aroused, but... Hey now, why are you perverts closing in on me? Your gross hands are groping the air. Are you gonna try and violate me?
I think they made that very obvious.
I'm pretty sure that's what they want to do, yeah.
What? Stripping's awesome.
Stripper. Huh, yeah.
That stripper from the top to the bottom. Socks off. She'll be as naked as a jaybird. Which, okay.
Hey. Oh, that's you.
Hey, are you out of your mind? Don't touch me with those filthy hands.
Then, a flash of light cut through the air. Was that the boy? The boy.
The boy.
You stupid fucks! Blows like thunderbolts knock the punks down. Wow, so he was actually strong after all?
This isn't actually Keiichi, right?
I don't think he is.
I don't think so.
He failed to do anything like this in the past one, so maybe this is a dream sequence.
Kill people with some bat.
I mean, he killed somebody, but like in hand-to-hand combat, he seems pretty useless.
This is not what I'm expecting at all. What the hell? You want some? Huh?
You don't have a clue, idiots.
What the fuck are you on about?
There's nothing arousing about stark nakedness. Oh. See, he's just gonna debate them. Leave her socks on at least.
What?
No matter what. That is the ironclad rule.
What the fuck?
See, this seems more like Keiichi. Listen up, monkeys. What's the difference between the Homo sapiens and other animals? That's right. Humans wear clothes. Human beings without clothes are just animals.
You're getting some kill on my Higurashi.
Yeah, okay, so Keiichi is gonna found Nudist Beach. And they're gonna fight the tyranny of clothes in Hinamizawa. If you get aroused only when the girl is completely naked, you are less than human. You might as well be animals. I'm gonna knock some sense into you. Clench those teeth. What?
Ooh, look at these squares.
Wow, so pixelated.
God.
You mentioned a porn movie, didn't you? Let's say there's a cosplay sex video. The definition of cosplay is too broad. To lecture on that subject is as difficult as explain the spirit of Yamato, blah 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 blah. It's too fast.
Is it just continuing to go?
School uniforms, regular uniform, blah blah blah, sailor style, blah blah, gym shorts, bloomers. I'm not gonna read this.
Just keep going on.
Oh wait, is he putting? No, okay, no. That's too much fun.
He's just having them imagine videos or outfits.
Imagine in your mind, chat.
Say yes, sir, when you got it. Oh my god, still going.
It's still, yeah. I'm not pressing anything. This is just auto
You feel like
scroll.
the author just maybe wanted to rant for a little bit?
Maybe.
What is happening?
Yes, the Russian porn.
Get out of here, you're a Russian, beautiful Russian schoolgirl, which is going to be a beautiful thing. It's emerging, but I'll never accept that. School uniforms are, okay. Part of the Japanese culture and art, those stupid barbarians will never understand the Japanese spirit. Are you listening, you pathetic squid? Clench your teeth, I'll train you till you drop. I won't let you sleep until you're capable of perfecting your imagination skills. Here, comes my whip. Are they dead yet?
Not yet. At that point, I heard a bustle of people running this way. Mayabara-san, I gathered some people. I saw several kids running towards us. Seemed like our backup had arrived. I see. It's just a distraction.
Ah, shit. Let's get out of here.
The three punks had just been standing there agape, but they started running away when they saw that many people.
Oh, so he wasn't actually beating them up. They were just standing there listening to him yell at them.
Yeah. Well, they got distracted by the porn videos.
Uh-huh.
Hi, Goose.
Hi, Goose.
Oh, excuse me. You're awesome, Mayabara-san. You had those punks transfixed all by yourself.
We know who these people are.
Nah. Kids.
One of them even had a nosebleed. You're so strong, Mayabara-san.
Whew. It seems my
This
personal
gets
aura has
used
grown
to.
more powerful. Keiichi has so much aura, chat. He's a real Rizzler.
Thank God Radio's not here, because I don't know the brain rot regarding aura.
I don't either.
Aura maxing 9,000 or whatever.
If this keeps up, I'll soon surpass even Coach's Made in Heaven reality marble. Anyway. Are you alright, Mion? The boy was apparently called Mayabara. He turned around to face me. Even the way he mistook me for Mion sounded like Satoshi-kun. But Satoshi-kun isn't a pervert like him. That you know of. I was anxious to see how you'd fight back, but I guess 3 guys were too many, huh? I don't believe it. I was still confused. I couldn't yet grasp the situation. Who was this guy? Mion has friends like him? I was still spacing out in shock, so I forgot to move until his hand touched my head. Well, you know, I'll forget that I saw you cry, so cheer up, okay? Rub rub. The boy called Mayabara stroked my head roughly. It didn't feel good. It hurt, actually. But still, his hand had the same warmth. Later on, Mion told me about him. He was called Keiichi Mayabara. Kei-chan for short.
Wait, was that it? Is that in scene? We're not getting anything else?
I guess so.
Huh.
He's 1 grade below us. That or she's just reminiscing and giving us exposition. Not only that, but he just moved to Hinamizawa. Thanks to his attitude and lack of manners, he'd already become an idol in their class. Mion joyously
What
explained all
reality are
of this
we
to
in?
us.
What reality are we in? Is this really Keiichi?
Probably.
Uh-huh.
Sure, he sounded like a fun kid. I knew why Mion was into him. But Satoshi-kun is way cooler. He wasn't worth stealing from Sis. Or was he? My heart throbbed. I was excited. It felt like I'd gotten a new toy. I was curious as to what kind of relationship Mion intended to build with him. I'd love to tease her about it. I see. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Kei-chan. Let me buy you a drink. My uncle's restaurant is just nearby, so why don't we go there?
Satoshi-kun would refuse out of modesty. But Keiichi Mayabara said okay within 2 seconds. Well then. I couldn't wait to tease the 2 of them. My boring life suddenly became bright again. Whoa, hey, don't cling to my arm.
Oh, don't you like it?
Well, I don't hate it, but it's just your breasts that are touching me, and...
My breasts bother you?
Keiichi Mayabara was fun. Mion thought the same way I did. She would always talk about him. I was happy for her. It made me smile.
But yes, K-chan really is your favorite. Huh, sis? What's the most interesting thing about him? Let's see. To put it plainly, he's just funny. For example, just a couple days ago in the club.
Mion really liked him, but didn't seem to think it was love yet. She's reserved in that area, so that was really like her. Yeah, that was really like her. As for me, well, I didn't hate him. But my feelings weren't the same as Mion's. Kei-chan was just too childish compared to Satoshi-kun. It's because he doesn't have enough trauma. I wondered how Satoshi-kun was doing. Was he waiting for things to cool down somewhere far away?
Waiting for things to cool down. Do you expect him to come back?
Yeah, they still haven't. Well, I guess technically they have, quote-unquote, found his aunt's murderer, so he would be in the clear.
Uh-huh.
The case had already been solved, though. The dopehead was the murderer. There was no reason for him to wait anymore. I shook my head. I shouldn't think about it too much. Oh wait, I know. The case was confidential, so the arrest of the culprit hadn't been made public. Okay, so there's a good reason why not. So, Satoshi-kun hadn't realized that he could come back. I know he's a little thick-headed. Maybe he'd be waiting for things to calm down until the end of time. But, if so, couldn't he give a call to Satoko at least? Oh, got hit by the ad. Which is good anyway, because it's starting to get dark, so I need to turn the light on. Well, actually, I guess I shouldn't say it's getting dark so much as it's already cloudy out, so it's not gonna actually get dark for like another hour, but better to turn the light on now and not have to worry about it. How are you doing, Seth?
Doing pretty good. Feeling a little tired. Need to catch up on some sleep.
Yeah,
I was up late last night.
Yeah, about that reset. Your clock reset.
Yeah, I ruined it again last night. Whatever.
Yeah, it's fine. It was Saturday. Well, Friday. One of those weekend days.
Yeah. I should have taken like another nap today, but I got distracted by a show on Netflix called Blue Eye Samurai. It was really good.
I have heard of this. I don't remember anything about it. But I think I remember seeing
good. You should give it a watch
when it came out. Yeah. I haven't been much in the show watching mood lately, but
I'm always in a show watching mood. I always have to have something playing.
Yeah, I usually have YouTube on in the background, but I've been addicted to nonogram puzzles lately, which are like yeah, Picross.
I used to play a lot of those.
Website.
Yeah.
It's really hard to do ones that are more than like 20 by 20.
I think I only ever did like 15 by 15.
Yeah. Because usually like the smaller ones you get like one or two that's like
too
either
easy.
A big number or like a full row that's just you can fill in. But once you go past like 25, it's just like, oh, here's one that only takes up like half the space even when I add up all the numbers together.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it takes like hours to finish the bigger ones. But they also have color ones on the website, which are a little different, but because you can have if you have two different colors, you can have them right next to each other, so you don't necessarily have the ability to just like X out a space like you would in a black and white one.
Yeah.
So it adds a little bit more complexity. to a smaller one. Where while at the same time, sometimes it can make it a little easier if certain colors are only in certain spots. So it's interesting. Anyway, let me just reread this whole page. Maybe he'd be waiting for things to calm down until the end of time. But if so, couldn't he give a call to Satoko at least? He should tell her he's living in a faraway place, but that he'd be coming home soon.
I think she's delusional.
Yeah. I mean, Satoko thinks he just ran away, so...
Watako's like 8.
Yeah. Let her dream.
Yeah,
Let her
that's
have
fine. She's 8.
one happy thing in her life.
Shion is not 8.
I mean,
Shion sees herself as a full-fledged adult.
She thinks
so she better,
she is, but...
She thinks she is. So she should probably take this a little more seriously, or realistically.
That stupid Satoko.
I'm glad to see this hasn't changed in an entire year.
Nope. Absolutely zero reason to ever change my mind on this subject.
Did we ever see them interact in the first few chapters? Satoko and Shion?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Chapter 2, the only other person besides Keiichi that we saw her interact with was like the adults and Oishi and Mion, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Chapter 3, I think we saw her at the barbecue. I think it was like the only time we saw her in person in chapter 3.
She talked about Satoko, or not Satoko, Satoshi, but never mentioned Satoko, I think.
Yeah.
I have to go back and look, but...
I don't think so. She'd been living with Rika Furude since Satoshi-kun went away. So nobody would pick up the phone even if he called. Stupid girl. Don't you want your big brother to come home? Given Satoshi-kun's personality, he wouldn't remember any phone numbers other than his home phone number. So he wouldn't be able to contact anybody in Hinamizawa. Maybe he'd been calling Satoko every night. He keeps ringing, but nobody picks up. Then he'd assume Satoko might be taking a bath or be in the restroom. He'd put on a puzzled smile. Well, every single time. Well, you say that, but despite calling at different times, my roommate's dad always has a sixth sense to call him when we're getting food. It's like, oh, it could be like 2 o'clock one day, it could be like 4 o'clock the next day, but somehow, every time, he put on a puzzled smile while mumbling, like always. I imitated his voice without realizing it.
After that, what? What's up? Didn't you say something, Shion? Oh, I swapped voices.
Yeah, they didn't show it, so it's hard to tell. I laughed it off and urged Mion to continue. I realized then that her tone had changed. I hadn't been listening to her because I was thinking about Satoshi-kun. I thought she was still happily talking about Kei-chan. But Mion sounded grim now. Her faint smile looked pitiful. It was too late to ask what was going on.
It is not too late to ask what's going on.
Just say, oh, I zoned out for a second. Can you say that again? So instead, I concentrated on her story instead.
After all that, Punko gave everybody a doll as a thank you gift. Everybody except for me. Okay. Except for you. I wanted one too. But I couldn't say it in front of everybody. You still can't express your needs, huh? And then...
Mion sniffled. I realized that she was on the verge of tears.
The cutest doll was in Kei-chan's bag. And you wanted the doll? It didn't matter which one. But although Kei-chan knew only I didn't get one, he didn't give it to me. He didn't give it to me. He said the doll wouldn't fit me and that I should be born as a boy in my next life. That's what he said.
Lemon, thank you for the stretch. Will do. That was Keiichi's weak point. He might be fun and popular, but he wasn't mature. Not like Satoshi-kun.
I'm sorry, was he fun and popular?
He's fun.
I don't know. I want to start all over. I want to go back to when I just met him and start all over. I want him to treat me like a girl from the beginning. Don't take it too seriously. It'll be okay, because it's just you who wants to start over while he didn't even notice anything wrong. It'll be hard if you guys fought over it or something. Can I start over? If you didn't cry in front of him, it's not too late. You can cry as much as you want now. And if you show him a different side of you from tomorrow on, you can still fix it. Okay. I'm amazed at how insensitive he is, but part of that is just the impression you've been giving him so far. If you change your attitude from tomorrow on, you can still change his mind. How do I change my attitude? How? If I tell you to act cute, you start going to school with frilly clothes. So don't think and just be natural.
Just don't think. Stop
Yeah,
thinking.
yeah, you need to change your personality, so do what you do what you normally would do.
Yeah.
Don't think about it. But without overdoing it, pay attention to how you behave around him. Don't think, but pay attention. Ah, and don't forget to be cautious of Rena. She's a bit ahead of you so far.
Can't trust that girl.
Huh? Kei-chan might prefer Rena at this point. Oh, it's true. Rena's really girly. She's cute and caring. That just means she can't slack off. That just means you can't slack off for even a moment, sis. Because you've got a rival. Tears can attract men, but they don't anchor them. You should always be smiling, but cry when it really counts. That's how you typically do it. This is a lot of thinking for when you're not supposed to be thinking. Maybe I should try that on Kei-chan myself.
Enjoy your lurk, Lemon.
No, don't! He's the boy you like. So I guess it's natural that I like him too. How can I attract him? Hey, sis, why don't we have a competition over him? No! Never! I'll kick you into orbit if you come near Hinamizawa. Also, Grandma might kill you.
I'm happy for you, sis. It's not too late at all. It's important to know the distance between the boy you love and yourself, and shift the way you appeal to him to compensate. And the boy I love is missing, you know? I don't even know where
Or
he is.
dead.
Hopefully not, but probably.
Probably.
Or when he's coming back. Compared to that, you're very lucky. Mion was saying she'd do her best from tomorrow on with red, tearful eyes. But I sensed a deeply negative feeling emerging inside me. Nobody was blaming Mion for being happy with Keiichi. I wasn't envious. I wasn't jealous. I didn't want her to be blamed the same way I was blamed. It was just that there was no space for Satoshi-kun in Mion's mind anymore. Feel it as it was with Kei-chan and her other friends now. People can have more than one friend, Shion. It didn't matter to her if Satoshi-kun came back. Or not. Just like how she didn't care if it was sunny or rainy tomorrow. What about me then? Had I been thinking about Satoshi-kun all the time for the past year? It seems like it. I wasn't proud of my own answer. I'd become used to life without Satoshi-kun. His absence didn't hurt me anymore. I was getting used to life with Keiichi Maebara. And if I let my guard down, he might just fill up the space I've been saving for Satoshi-kun. If Shion Sonozaki had prayed harder for Satoshi-kun to return, he might have come home already. Where did Satoshi-kun go? Last year, right after his disappearance, I'd paid close attention to the information circulating in the Sonozaki family and its underground connections. And I frequently went to the police station to check with Oishi for new information. There's a typo right there. Even with all that, I couldn't get any new leads on his whereabouts. Oh yeah, she's also working with the police, or like chummy with them at least. I forgot that they even talked last time. I eventually became interested in Oyashiro-sama's curse, which surrounded Satoshi-kun's disappearance. I researched the dark history of the village. The more I looked into it, the less likely a survival seemed. I'd returned Mio-san's scrapbooks to her. And then I hadn't gone to the library since. I started a new life in a new school. I'd made new friends. And in the same way, as falling leaves cover the ground, I felt like I was losing sight of what was really important to me. It was already almost the end of spring. They said that summer was coming early, and it'd be very hot this year. Normally it'd be the rainy season now, but we'd had no rain at all. The Watanagashi festival was right around the corner. It'd been almost a year since Satoshi-kun went missing. In Hinamizawa, they don't allow you to talk openly about Oyashiro-sama's curse, or the series of mysterious deaths. So, everybody acts like the murder of Satoshi-kun's aunt never happened. That's because Satoshi Hojo-kun was a member of the family of traitors. He fell victim to Oyashiro-sama's curse on the 4th year running. He was demoned away. Everybody was trying to forget about his existence or erase their memories of him. Don't make him disappear because of the curse. Don't erase his existence. Satoshi-kun was living in Hinamizawa just a year ago. He went to school. He was an A student. He was a member of the Hinamizawa Fighters. He could never hit the ball when it really mattered. He was unreliable, but pure. He was warm. Because of the curse, people made him disappear. They stopped mentioning his name and acted like he never existed. A new resident like Keiichi Maebara wouldn't even know him. He seriously believed that Satoshi-kun had transferred out. I miss you, Satoshi-kun. I want to go shopping with you again. I want to be in a baseball game with you again and get a cold drink afterwards. I want to tease you, and I want you to stroke my head again. Your hand was so warm. I felt as if my whole body was being caressed. Satoshi-kun. I haven't opened this notebook in a while. My feelings have been written down for over 150 pages. This notebook is the key to my heart. The other me who's been sleeping since last year is slowly waking up. Notebook page 150.
I'm sorry, what?
You know.
The other me? What? What could that mean?
Don't worry about it. I'll be Radium until Radium gets here. I'm quite amazed by your dirty deeds, Keiichi-san. He is a boy after all. Mi-chan, Chi-chan. Keiichi-kun looks confused. Oh?
Did you hear that, sis? We're not playing tug of war here. Are you trying to tear Kate-chan apart? I'm not playing tug of war. You're the one who's stretching him. Go back to Okinomiya, Shion. Okay. I will. Oops.
I let go of Keiichi suddenly, so he and Sis flew off like a rubber band. Keiichi rolled on the ground while Sis was stuck in a bush head first. What lively people.
See you, Kei-chan. Sis might have sold me if I stick around any longer, so I'll get going.
Oh, Shion. Thanks for today. Oh.
His hair is so stupid.
He doesn't do anything with it.
I'm sorry, I don't like the sprite. I feel like it's because of the anime. I have an already preconceived conception of what he looks like.
Mm-hmm.
And this is not it.
Yeah, I feel like in the anime it's a little bit more styled. It's still kind of longer on the side.
Like the others look fine to me. None of the others look different than too different from what they look like in the anime. But Keiichi, I'm like, this is a totally different person.
Yeah, well, his face is also different. It's a lot rounder in this compared to the anime, I would say. Especially you haven't seen any of season 2, but in season 2, it's very I don't know. Sometimes he looks too old, I think.
Forget it. I didn't do much.
See you, Shion. His hand landed on my head.
His hand landed.
Rub. He struck my head pretty roughly, but the warmth reminded me. Radium is on his way home at the moment, so he will be with us at some point.
Excuse me, I'm going. See you, sis. Don't ever come here again. Rena, keep your eyes on her. Satoko, set traps. Rika-chan, purify this area with salt.
The warmth remained on the top of my head. It felt ticklish and sore.
Is she gonna start into another whole rant about Satoshi again?
Please, no, we just got finished with the last one.
We just got done with one, yeah.
I had to stop. I got off my moped and pushed that aching spot against the telephone pole. I'm sorry, Satoshi-kun. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, I never forget about you. I never forgot about you. I still remember you. Girls only want one thing, and it's disgusting.
Story development.
I'm worthless without you. I can't stand life without you because it's gray and cold and boring.
We get it. You're sad he's gone.
It's true.
You don't like Keiichi as much as you liked him. We get it. We've gone over this already. Can we get to the killing, please? Can something of substance happen?
No. I can never smile because you aren't here. I can't.
Oh my god!
See you, Shion. Keiichi's face appeared in my mind. I recalled the touch of his hand stroking my head. It wasn't warm. I wasn't happy.
You just said it was warm. You just said it was warm.
It's fine. It was rough and painful. She's trying to convince herself. I hate that insensitive guy. He's too childish, rude, and cold. He's like a stray dog. I wasn't happy. It wasn't warm.
Who are you trying to convince?
You know. I wasn't happy or overjoyed at all.
No. Oh, Satoshi-kun. Oh.
Satoshi-kun mumbled. He didn't know what to say in a situation like this. But he knew that he had better say something. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. So he just mumbled. I'm sorry, Shion. Why are you apologizing, Satoshi-kun? I'm the one who should apologize. Even though I said I'd wait for you, even though I believed my heart wouldn't change, my heart is full of holes. You're looking out from the small cracks in my heart, little by little. Oh. You're looking out from me. Are you suffering because I'm here? No, he's suffering because you're dear.
Give me a second while I change.
It's fine, I need to adjust myself on screen. Anyway. Nope, that is not.
Morty turned me into an anime girl, Morty.
But I want you to know you've missed absolutely nothing.
You missed something. That's for sure.
Okay. So you missed that it's been 1 year since Satoshi went missing. Keiichi has met Shion in pretty much the exact same way they met. Satoshi met her, and then Shion has been complaining about Satoshi being missing for the past, I don't know what, 50 pages,
something like that.
Shion simply misses her wife,
but nothing else of substance has happened.
I miss my wife, Mion. Are you suffering because I'm here? Why? You're so precious to me. So don't say that. I've been here with you all this time, but I think I'm hurting you by continuing to exist. I don't want that. That's not true. No. Where have you been, Satoshi-kun? You weren't with me. Tell me where you are. What's the address? What's the postal code? What's the name of the city? What's the street number? Tell me.
What's the address?
There isn't an address. I knew it. Telling me you've always been with me, always by my side. That's such a cliche. Which do you prefer, Shion? I can give you strength. I'll stay by your side forever. But if you're suffering because of me, I'll disappear right away.
Don't say that. I want to be with you. Always. I want to be with you forever.
Okay. I'll stay with you then. The car passed by. Hey girl, what you doing over there? You okay? Do I need to call a doctor? The noise snapped me out of my reverie.
Right, she's like banging her head against a pole.
I would not call it a reverie, but it seemed like you're having a breakdown, actually, girl. The sky was turning orange. I should get home before it gets cold. I should get home to Okinomiya. You're with me, right? Are you with me right now, Satoshi-kun? I walked back to my moped.
She's gonna, like, manifest his ghost with all this thinking about him.
I'm gonna work for Keiichi.
She's gonna start hallucinating him for sure.
He killed Satoko's uncle with him, and then he got lobbed into the swamp and everything was okay. Nothing bad happened after that. My feet sank into the grass. Crunch, crunch, crunch. I stopped when I reached my bike, but then I heard an extra footstep. I gasped. I could feel somebody else's presence.
Oh, she's dead.
I'm not stupid. Nobody else was around here. Nobody had suddenly appeared behind me. So I wasn't surprised to find nobody when I turned around. But he was definitely still there.
Satoshi-kun? Bitch, what did I just say?
I couldn't see him, but he was there. He was there for me. Satoshi-kun never lies. He said he'd be with me all the time. I'd just been too insensitive to feel his existence until now.
Wait, hold on. Isn't hearing extra footsteps one of the, symptoms of the curse?
Smile.
You can say yes. We have talked about this,
I mean, that's what
right?
Rena said.
Okay. Satoshi-kun. Satoshi-kun.
The breeze tickled my hair. It felt cold, but to me it was nothing but the warmth of his hand.
It felt cold, but it actually felt warm.
In a metaphorical sense, you know. It took me a while to notice that my cheeks were wet with tears. You know, this would be a lot more touching if we didn't have some Exorcist style music in the background.
It's kind of ethereal.
Tubular even.
Oh, you know what it is? It's Halloween.
Oh, true. Just banging away on the synthesizer. I'm impressed they got John Carpenter for this, though.
John Carpenter's Higurashi.
Just tweet at him. Hey, do you know what Higurashi is? I think you'd like it. I think actually for Godzilla's 70th anniversary, they did a marathon on Tokusatsu, which is a free to watch TV channel, digital TV channel.
Oh.
But they had John Carpenter host the marathon. So, if not for nothing else but Godzilla, he might be a bit of a weeb. But I don't know if he watches other Japanese horror movies or things like that. They actually have made multiple live action Higurashis. I was too scared to sleep. Nope. If I went to sleep, I might not find Satoshi-kun there in the morning. So I kept talking to him until I passed out. I told him about what happened while he was missing. I told him that I realized how much I loved him after he went away. I'd searched for him, looking into various different things. I'd gathered underground information through Kasai, and bargained for police information with Oishi. But I couldn't find any leads. A long time passed, but I kept thinking about him. Etc., etc. I told him all the small details from my daily life. The places I wanted to go with him. The things I wanted to do with him. The food I wanted to share with him. And I told him a lot of things. I was sitting up at first. But I got tired, so I lay down. I got tired of moving my mouth too, so I started talking to him in my mind. It was the happiest night I'd ever had. When I woke up, I didn't find Satoshi-kun by my side. I knew it somehow. I was afraid of it. That was why I didn't want to go to sleep. But at least I got to see him for one night. Just when I resigned myself to that, I felt Satoshi-kun's presence again. He wasn't a dream after all. I thanked God. And so I began my strange life with Satoshi-kun. As promised, Satoshi-kun was always by my side. He couldn't laugh, mumble, or stroke my head. But he was always with me. Always right by my side. He disappeared sometimes, but he'd come back when I looked for him. It seemed that all I could hear was his footsteps. That's just the way it was. It was a bit sad, but I was still satisfied.
She's handling grief so well.
Mm-hmm. Everything's fine. Acceptance.
Everything is fine.
His presence was really faint, so it was hard to sense him in a crowd. But he never left me. If he were tangible, I'd be taking his hand all the time so he wouldn't be lost. In contrast, I could feel him very strongly in a quiet environment. Of course, I couldn't tell what his expressions were because he was just a presence. Well, he'll go, and then give you the face, and then you'll melt. But after I got used to it, I could tell what he was thinking. At first, I could only tell if he was laughing or not. Eventually, I started to feel his emotions more strongly. I could communicate with him normally. I was usually alone with him, though. I didn't want to go to school or hang out with my friends anymore. But Satoshi-kun got upset about that. He'd keep mumbling unhappily. Now that I knew he'd always be with me, I shouldn't just stay home all the time. I was sticking to my time alone with him, however, because I was scared that he might suddenly disappear again. I wanted to make the most of the time I was sharing with him right now. I must have been worrying too excessively. Satoshi-kun will always be by my side. Yeah, that was his promise. He never breaks his promises. Never. I was fine because he was there. Of course, I couldn't tell anybody about him, not even Sis. I could try to explain it to them, but they'd never understand. But I was certain that he was with me. So, I'd be alright. I never get fed up with life with him. He's really cute, you know. We always walk together, but when I stop, he always walks one extra step. It's so adorable. I love it. See? Acceptance. Everything's fine.
Going so well.
Everything is fine. Shion-san, what are you going to do on Watanagashi this year? Don't die. Shion. Oh, fuck, the curse got her.
Sorry, I was just listening to my boyfriend.
You're what?
I guess I'll have some fun at the festival. Maybe I'll tease Sis and her friends. Maybe I'll convince them to break into the temple. We'll look at all the weird cursed sacrificing tools.
You're so funny, Shion-san. I wanted to go to the festival with Satoshi-kun. I knew he'd like to see me having fun with everybody. He might get jealous if I play with Kei-chan. But Satoshi-kun isn't very sensitive in that way. Satoshi-kun loved to see me and my friends have fun, so I should have a lot of fun for his sake. And I talked about the other day with him. Then I talk about the day with him later.
How are you going to Hinamizawa? I can give you a ride if you want.
Do you think they decided to give her this, just to let her keep using this apartment just so they didn't have to get a new background?
Probably. Listen,
cool.
We only have one traditional Japanese house background.
Shion, we've renewed your lease for you. Not because it's cheaper or anything.
I'm taking my moped so you don't have to.
That won't do. Aren't you going to the family party afterwards? Obviously, you love your family.
Is she even invited?
Presumably.
I can't let you drive under the influence.
Yeah.
The what?
You know.
You know.
You know.
He won't let me drive. But he's kind enough to let me drink.
All right, take me then.
Good. Let's leave before nightfall. I'll come pick you up around that time.
After Kasai left, I sensed that Satoshi-kun was excited about going to the festival. Yeah, he didn't get to go last year, right?
Watanagashi, huh? So, it's been almost a year since you went away.
Satoshi-kun seemed confused.
I bet you're going all, right now, aren't you?
We laughed together. This is normal.
This is so normal.
Welcome. Here's your net and a bowl. Great. Wow, these fish are so active. They look delicious. Boing. Boing. I could eat this little one raw right here.
Huh?
What are you even saying, Neon-san?
Oh.
Mi-chan, you eat goldfish? Did you eat the one I gave you last year too?
No, I didn't say that.
Sis shook her head hard. She'd turn all red. But
Whoa.
you just said it. Yeah. We got a
It's him.
Keiichi
It's
now.
the boy.
It's the boy.
It's the boy. You said they look delicious.
Okay, yeah. Cheon.
Brr.
I heard it too.
Yeah, I heard it too.
I heard it too. Sis eats everything, as long as it fits inside her mouth.
Hmm.
If it's really good, I'll try it once.
No, you can't, Rika-chan. You're going to get sick.
Wait a minute. Hey, you. How long have you been here, Shion?
Hi, Kei-chan. Sis, everyone else. Good evening. Ah! When did you get here, Shion? I've been here since you were at the chow mein booth. I found you guys quickly since you were making so much noise. You also have a wide variety of colored hair. You really stand out. Hey! You're not in our club. Get lost. Don't be mean, sis. Right, Kei-chan? You're fine if I come with you guys, right?
I took Kei-chan's arm and held it between my breasts. Puff, puff.
Boing, boing.
Boing.
What does that look like? Holding it between my breasts.
Hold on. I guess, like, she's
What do you, have you not seen a single anime?
perpendicular, yeah. Or, like, you know, getting up nice and close.
Okay, saying between the breasts literally implies that she just like shoved the hand into her cleavage.
I assume his arm.
arm.
Yeah. It's just, like, in the center of her chest.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
We were going to have a ball.
Oh, everyone exploded.
It's fine. You're so funny, Shion. I went around the booth with Sis and her friends. I joked around and laughed out loud. Lol. I teased K-chan and Sis too. Lol. K-chan was at the center of the group, so if I did something to him, it naturally involved everybody else. It looked like Satoshi-kun was having a hard time finding his own spot in the crowd. When I glanced at him in a quiet moment, he smiled and told me to have fun without worrying about him. If he were tangible, I'd pull his arm to join the crowd. It made me sad that I couldn't do that. I bumped into somebody's shoulder. It was obviously my fault, so I apologized right away. As it turned out, it was somebody I knew. I think it's Takano.
Oh, looks like you're having fun. Good evening, Shion-chan. The moon looks beautiful tonight, doesn't it? Oh, it's been forever, Takano-san. And you were...
Nice to meet you. I'm Tomitake. I heard you were Mion-chan's twin sister.
Nice to meet you too, Tomitake-san. I heard you were a great cameraman. Please, take a picture of me someday. You should probably do it today.
I'm just an amateur dreaming of going professional.
Well, you're actually... Oh, sorry. Well, you're actually great, Jihiro-san. You're good at many things.
Teehee. No, I need to study more. I have no talent, so I have to put out a lot of effort to compensate. They must have been in a relationship.
Compensate, you say?
Mm-hmm.
To shreds, you say.
You two look happy together. Am I interrupting you? Oh, no. I appreciate your consideration, but you're not interrupting us at all. And you can call me Mio like before. Not Takano-san. It's a bit hard for me to call someone older than me by her first name. Well, never mind.
I smiled bashfully, and Takano-san smiled back elegantly.
I haven't... Wait, which one is this?
Takano.
I haven't seen you in the library since. I wanted to talk to you more as a fellow researcher. Well, when I feel like it.
A fellow researcher? Are you interested in it too, Shion-chan?
In it? Just
I
it?
mean, in the legend of this village.
Oh, thanks.
Tomitake-san raised his eyebrows. As far as I knew, Takano-san's hobby wasn't exactly normal. On the surface, her research dealt with the cultural history of ancient Hinamizawa, but his main focus was the Watanagashi festival from ancient times. The cannibal banquet in which they captured and gutted a living sacrifice. Her research covered various stories surrounding that, and other legends of cruelty. It was nothing if not gory. That was where her main interests lay. So I didn't feel comfortable being called a fellow researcher, to be honest. But objectively speaking, her research notes were fun to read. It was then that I heard the loud booms of the taiko drums. The main event of the Watanagashi festival, the dedication dance, was about to start. According to Takano-san's hypothesis, the part of the dance where the shrine maiden tears open a futon mat represents the gutting a living victim. It's starting. I should head over. Aren't you guys coming to see Rika-chama's performance? Oh, sorry, that was, Shion.
It's starting. I should head over. Aren't you guys coming to see Rika-chama's performance?
Hmm?
Hmm? Oh.
Tomitake-san looked bewildered. Did that mean he wasn't coming? Takano-san giggled, then whispered in my
tell you the truth, we were thinking of sneaking into the ritual storehouse. Huh?
She made it sound like she was going to do something fun, but it wouldn't be amusing to see to anyone who knew what the ritual storehouse was.
We're going to steal the Declaration of Independence.
Hell yeah. The ritual storehouse, the storehouse for ritual implements, is a sort of treasure house belonging to the Furuya
ritual
shrine. The ritual storehouse, the storehouse for rituals, the one specifically for ritual implements, the storehouse.
Rika's family storehouse.
I'd heard that Oyashiro-sama's sacred treasures were stored in there. Only people from the Furuya family and selected members of the other three families are allowed to enter. They believe that if other people enter, the place will be desecrated. Everybody in Hinamizawa must have been curious about what was in there when they were kids. But the storehouse was always tightly locked. You couldn't just peek into it either. Kids would get chided if they played around it till they learned to stay away. Well, about that. I didn't like being around it myself since I was familiar with all that. Even though I didn't believe in curses, I still didn't want to be near it. Nothing good can come from breaking the rules. Were they still going to enter the ritual storehouse despite all that?
I'm pretty sure it's tightly locked. It was until last year. Rika-chan had the heavy bolt changed to a cheap padlock because the bolt was too heavy for her to lift. Did you know that?
Yes, I love abusing the weakness of children.
No. But even if it's cheap, it's still locked, isn't it?
It's a job for the single-sided jiggler.
Jiro-san is very skilled. Are you good at lockpicking? Once the Watanagashi ritual starts, everybody will gather around the stage, right? Then the area around the storehouse will be completely devoid of people. Tonight, this place will be a blind spot. Can't see the forest for the trees, I suppose.
Gosh, look at Rumple.
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 According to her hypothesis, the ancient tools used for human dissection and torture will be found in the ritual storehouse.
Why don't you join us in a bit? It's now or never. So maybe I'll see you then.
Takano-san, what are you telling her?
Just girl talk. Let's go to some dark place for a quick date.
Just girl things, like murder. Huh? Takano-san walked against the flow of the crowd alongside Tomitake-san. The ritual storehouse, huh? It was supposedly filled with torture tools. Considering what they had in the underground torture room at the Sonozaki house, that's quite possible. Satoshi-kun fell victim to the curse in the 4th year. His aunt's death was the sign of Oyashiro-sama's curse. Satoshi-kun was the sacrifice to pacify Oyashiro-sama's anger. That was what Takano said last year. It was just her hypothesis. At present, I wanted to deny her hypothesis because I wanted to believe that Satoshi-kun was still alive. If her hypothesis was correct, either some religious fanatic or somebody from the three families must be imitating the curse in order to revive the ancient custom of Onigafuchi. That would mean that it was them who killed Satoshi-kun. So what if the ritual storehouse was filled with garbage instead of torture implements? Maybe it was filled with broken palanquins. Palanquins? I never know how to pronounce this word.
Palanquin.
Palanquins.
Palanquin.
Palanquin.
Palanquin. It was filled with broken palanquins or freshly painted signboards for the festival.
Maybe Satoshi's body's in there.
What then? It wasn't really hard for me to believe that it was filled with chemical smell of paint. Maybe I'll get to deny the hypothesis that Satoshi-kun was sacrificed by seeing the inside of the ritual storehouse for myself. Whatever was in there, it didn't mean that Satoshi-kun would come back.
What should I do? Satoshi-kun?
Since most people went to see Rika-chama's ritual dance, the festival grounds were deadly quiet. Even so, I couldn't sense Satoshi-kun. Did he go somewhere? Or was I not paying enough attention? Or maybe he wasn't feeling any emotions in particular? After thinking for a while now, I decided to go with him. It had been almost a year since Satoshi-kun's disappearance. I've been avoiding the truth because I was afraid he might be dead. But he's with me now, so it's fine. But now I had a chance. I had a chance to see the inside of the ritual storehouse. I felt as though something divine had arranged that coincidence. On my way to the storehouse, I noticed Keiichi. He was jumping up and down trying to see Rika-chama's dedication dance over people's shoulders. Oh. Did we get another person telling me to get some cheap viewers? I'm not in mod view, so I can't find out. I assume so. I don't need cheap viewers, I got the expensive ones right here. If I took him along, we could split the guilt. Yoshiro-sama might put a curse on me for entering his divine storehouse. I wanted a partner in crime. Since the boy I loved disappeared last year because of the curse, maybe Mion's love should disappear this year. Oh, yeah, it's fine. We're gonna sacrifice Keiichi instead.
Whoa. What am I thinking?
That must have been the demon inside me. I shook the thought out of my head. What's going on, Shion? Where's the best place to see Rika-chan's dance from? Is it far?
Huh? I never said I was going to show you that.
We made it to the ritual storehouse. Keiichi was baffled by the whole situation. Our timing had been perfect. I could see Tomitake-san picking the lock. Even though Keiichi must have been curious, he insisted that we shouldn't go in. But I talked him into it anyway. He was quick to change his mind when Tomitake-san joined in. It was completely dark inside, so Takano-san lit a battery-powered lantern. A small entry space appeared before us. It's so dark in here. Take care not to trip over anything.
I appreciate the concern. Okay, Dorman, keep a good watch. We're shutting the door now.
Takano-san closed the door with a smile, as if leaving Tomitake-san out on purpose. Man. Alright, everyone have fun. As soon as the heavy door was closed, we were surrounded by a quiet darkness. All we could rely on was Takano-san's lantern.
It'll be fine. It's an outdoor lantern with a backup battery, with backup batteries inside. I won't go out or anything.
Takano-san teased Keiichi a little. Keiichi in turn looked a little pale. He seemed to be able to recognize the sanctity of the building even though he wasn't from Hinamizawa. Same Takano.
Let's go in. Here we go. There.
After Takano-san opened the heavy inner door, a dusty, foul smell flowed out. It was like the smell of a pantry that had been opened in years, and the smell of a fish market mixed together. I didn't know exactly how to describe it, but it was a bad smell. From listening to the echo of our footsteps, I could tell that this room was much bigger than the one we were just in. When Takano-san raised her lantern, I could clearly see just how big it was.
Wow.
At the far side of the wall, there was a statue of some kind of god staring at us intruders. The way it was lit by the lantern gave it a powerful appearance, and it scared me.
That's the guardian of Hinamizawa, Oyashiro-sama.
I looked up at the statue, which was holding its religious ornaments. If Satoshi-kun's disappearance really was a curse, I couldn't forgive this god. I found myself irritated by the way the statue looked down at me. Damn you, Oyashiro-sama. If you really made Satoshi-kun disappear, I'll never forgive you. Never. Keiichi didn't seem to understand the significance of the storehouse. He looked bored. Takano-san noticed that and took out her scrapbooks to show him the brutal history of ancient Hinamizawa. Why don't we just read through them again during the ad? And this is the part where they captured them, and then they tortured them, and pulled out their guts. And they set the guts adrift.
We're gonna be listening to the spell for the entire ad, aren't we?
Yep.
Cool.
How is the deer? This is the first ad since you popped in, I believe. Well, actually, no. Well, we had one, but we were distracted by John Carpenter.
I'm doing good.
Yeah.
A little eepy, but good.
Eepy.
Yeah. Didn't get too much.
If anything, I got too much. I don't know, I lied down with the lights on, and I don't know what time it was when I got up and turned them off. But I got up around like 10, so it was a good while. It was still dark when I woke up, so it wasn't too late in the morning. But when I woke up again, that was a good 11 hours of sleep, probably.
Nice.
Speaking of sleep, I'm yawning. Stop that. Takano-san noticed that and took out her scrapbooks to show him the brutal history of ancient Hinamizawa. I'd heard that story already, so I decided to walk around by myself. Since I knew the significance of all these tools, I felt a little nauseated. Though they certainly wouldn't jump out to me, I still found them intimidating. They looked as if they were craving for fresh blood after not having been used in hundreds of years. All the tools looked similar to the ones I saw in the underground torture room at the Sonozaki main house. If those tools were the progenies of torture implements, these would be their ancestors. All the implements here looked old. I doubted they could really be used. They weren't kept maintained like the ones at the Sonozaki house. So, did that mean that they shouldn't scare me? No, on the contrary. They told me that the cruel rituals were indeed performed in this village at one point. Now that I found scary. What Takano-san told me was the truth. When I stopped, Satoshi-kun also stopped behind me, one step later. I felt no emotional change in Satoshi-kun. I couldn't tell if he was feeling something or not. I knew he was there, but I had no idea how he was feeling. I felt scared of him for the first time. If he could answer me, I'd want to ask him, who demoned you away?
Are you listening? Satoshi-kun?
I couldn't tell if he heard me or not. He left, as if he didn't hear anything. I could tell he'd been sulky ever since we got here. I suddenly felt lonely, so I looked for him while walking around. I realized then that there was an altar in front of the statue. He might be there. It was a clean altar. An altar ornamented with religious artifacts. It was kept well maintained. I saw no dust. That would mean, well, the flowers in the vase weren't wilting. I saw a pretty handkerchief under the vase. It looked out of place amongst everything else. I was fairly certain that it was Rika Furude's handkerchief. That would mean that the storehouse is maintained daily. It wasn't a forgotten ruin buried in dust. So the brutality that dwelled in this ritual storehouse is still alive and well in Hinamizawa. That's right. Something as ambiguous as Oyashiro-sama's curse is nothing more than a simple delusion of the villagers. As Takano-san said, everything that happens in this world is done by humans. It accused Oyashiro-sama of deeming away Satoshi-kun, but Oyashiro-sama is just a statue made of bronze or wood. It's nothing but an icon. There are, however, human beings who would try to make that icon seem real. The series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa is the result of human action. It shouldn't be called Oyashiro-sama's curse. If Satoshi-kun was the fourth year's victim, then he was victimized by a human being who was just acting the part of a curse. The person who demoned away Satoshi-kun must not be very far from me. The truth behind Satoshi-kun's disappearance was not so far from my grasp. Thump. I was startled by the sound. It sounded like somebody had dropped something. I looked over at Takano-san and Keiichi. Takano-san was still lecturing him. Did she drop her scrapbook or something? Thump, thump, thump. The sound came from right behind me, not far from them. I'd never heard Satoshi-kun do that. It sounded like somebody was stomping on the floor in frustration. What is it? Thump, thump, thump. The sound continued, ignoring my question. Though I heard it right nearby, it sounded as though a child was hopping on the wooden floor somewhere distant.
What's wrong, Satoshi-kun? Are you angry about something?
I couldn't read his expressions. I thought he was mad, but I didn't sense any emotion from him at all. Was he mad that I touched the altar? Maybe you weren't supposed to do that. Thump, thump, thump. It's not that I've been able to communicate with Satoshi-kun in a concrete way. I just talked to him. I was never expecting him to react like that. I didn't sense a willingness to communicate from this creepy sound. And then a chill ran up my spine. I felt as if all my pores were opening. I've been thinking that it was Satoshi-kun stomping on the floor. Hey, you. You're Satoshi-kun, aren't you? The sound stopped when I asked that. It wasn't a yes or no, just silence. Satoshi-kun wouldn't scare me like that. I realized suddenly that the sound hadn't come from Satoshi-kun. A cold shiver shot through my feet, and I sprung a step backward. The sound had come from right there. Even though I jumped back, it was still just a few meters away. Satoshi-kun would sometimes let me hear his footsteps when I walked. But if that wasn't Satoshi-kun, then There was no guarantee I'd hear its footsteps. So, that invisible being could already be right in front of my eyes. And I just wouldn't see it. I forgot everything and ran, straining my ears as much as possible for any sound, listening for any footsteps pursuing me. I ran right into Keiichi and clung to him, timidly turning back to look. The dimly lit area before the altar was quiet, like nothing was happening. But seeing that chilling dark and stillness, realizing I was just in that space, made me even more frightened now. What's up, Shion? Did you get scared? Keiichi made fun of me. Even though he looked horrified just a little while ago, he now looked satisfied to see me scared too. I know girls tend to get freaked out by haunted houses. Well, I don't mind it. Anyway, let's go, before Takano-san leaves us behind. I pretended to be fine, but I wasn't sure if I was able to hide my fear entirely. The footsteps were chasing me. They were outside the illumination of the lantern as if they couldn't go into the light. The presence never left us, however. It followed us like a fourth member of the party. Sometimes it made a stomping sound as if it wanted some recognition, but neither Takano-san nor Keiichi seemed to notice it. It was possible for Takano-san to be ignoring it, but Keiichi would never ignore it. If he could hear it, he would have said something. So, just like with Satoshi-kun, only I could hear it. What was this thing that was making me so scared? Was it Satoshi-kun in a bad mood? Or was it possible that the presence I believed to be Satoshi-kun might not have been him at all? Thump. Thump. What are you upset about, Satoshi-kun? Tell me if I did something wrong. I'll apologize. Thump, thump, thump. If you aren't Satoshi-kun, then where did he go? When did you take his place? Thump, thump, thump. Shion, are you alright?
Huh? I'm fine. You look pale, though.
Then I appreciate if you didn't stretch my clothes too much.
Oh, sorry. Oh. Am I interrupting you too? Is this the kind of place where you want to get it on?
Mm-hmm. I didn't know other people were into this too. I decided to engage in conversation to help myself ignore the sound from behind. I didn't hear the sound as much, and it became a bit more distant. Yeah, I shouldn't pay attention to it. It wouldn't bother me if I didn't hear it. I should just ignore the noise.
Takano-san,
yeah.
you're researching whether those custom You're researching whether those customs survived into the present. Are you right? You are, right?
Thump, thump.
What I'm about to tell you is a secret, all right? I told you, Shion-chan, because you're an understanding person, but the other villagers don't want to hear it. If things go awry, I could be ganged up on and punished.
She smiled at me like a witch. Thump, thump.
Maebara-kun, you keep it a secret too, okay? If this gets out, I could suffer Oyashiro-sama's curse, or be made into a sacrifice. If it's the curse, then I wonder what kind of death it'll be this year. If it's the sacrifice, then I will be thrown into the Onigafuchi swamp while still alive. Oh, then will I be thrown into the Onigafuchi swamp while still alive? And it is tonight, you know. The night of Oyashiro-sama's curse.
It certainly is. If the curse strikes for a 5th time, it'll happen tonight. Thump, thump, thump. Takano-san pulled out an old scrapbook from her paper bag and started turning the pages. She opened it to the page with that one article. It was the article about the brutal murder of a Watanagashi victim. It happened in the Meiji era.
This is a story that actually happened. It was around the end of the Meiji era. They discovered an unknown mangled. Stop with the thumping while I'm reading. They discovered an unknown mangled corpse, the victim of a murder in Onigafuchi village.
Thump, 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 thump.
Never before. Oh my fucking god! Never before has there been a corpse treated with such cruelty and inhumanity.
Thump, thump, thump.
Alright, I'm gonna wait.
Hey, you guys seriously don't hear that? It's freaking loud. How can you not hear it? Hell, it's freaking noisy. Cut it out already. In the next moment, we all heard a squeaking noise. We turned around in surprise. It was just Tomitake-san opening the door. Did I startle you?
Oh, Jiro-san, could you not resist seeing inside? This is a splendid treasure trove of torture devices.
I'll pass on that. I'm bad at this sort of thing by nature.
That's the photographer and journalist.
I just want to photograph birds. Listen. Takano-san laughed as if making fun of Tomitake-san for being such a scaredy cat. In any case, the dance and ceremony are over, and everyone's going down to the river. The festival as a whole will be over within minutes. Time was up. I never expected that Tomitake-san would save me from this nightmare. His face suddenly looked heroic.
Oh? Keiichi-kun, are you leaving too?
I've seen enough. Shion, you're good to go. You're good too, right?
Oh, okay.
Let's get out of here. I want some fresh air.
I agree. Let's leave.
I went into the entry room and turned around. Takano-san was taking photos in a mad rush, though her time was up. I didn't hear that sound anymore. I didn't feel that presence. I didn't feel Satoshi-kun either. But somehow I wasn't too sad about that. Even if he followed me out here, I wouldn't be able to tell if it was really him or somebody else.
Spoopy.
Spoopy. Three new tips, all notebook pages. Notebook page 172. That underground torture room is officially called the Underground Ritual Storehouse. So do torture room and ritual storehouse mean the same thing? According to Takano-san's theory, bloody rituals, including Watanagashi, have been passed down among the three families even after the Meiji era. The rituals are always ready to be performed. Their form of worship was always revolved around the torture. So Hinamizawa's history involved a great deal of human slaughter. Takano-san's theory is correct. The underground storehouse at the Sonozaki house looked well maintained. Takano-san is right about that, too. Since the Sonozaki family and the Furude family both have ritual storehouses, the Kimiyoshi family must have one, too. After all, these ancient and brutal customs are still handed down through the generations. I should have remained armed with the knowledge that occult events are still secretly being performed in this cursed village. Page 173, right after this one. The sanctity of the ritual storehouse is one of the most prominent elements in the worship of Oyashiro-sama. Of course, I knew that since I'm originally from Hinamizawa. But violating that sanctity is actually a more serious problem than I thought. Takano-san's research shows that the history of the ritual storehouse goes way back. The ritual implements would then have long been viewed as inviolable objects, which is why it was strictly forbidden to enter. Takano-san's theory says that Watanagashi was once a public execution, performed to stabilize the reign of the three families, rather than a purely religious ritual. If so, the ritual should hardly be called sacred. Under those circumstances, the implement should have been despised as symbols of hatred and fear. When instruments of fear are too visible, it only creates a reign of terror. But keep them as hidden as possible, and they gain divinity. Many said that they would become tainted if the layman touched them. The only reason for that was to preserve their false prestige through secrecy, since they would lose their sanctity if revealed before the common folk. In other words, the true identity of the ritual storehouse's sacredness was fear. That was the true emotion ruling over this village. And then page 179. The reason why Takano-san and Tomitake-san were cursed is because they broke into the ritual storehouse. I don't know how the villagers found out about it. Maybe somebody was watching. Maybe there was an anti-theft alarm. Either way, our intrusion must have been reported at the highest level of the curse system. And that's because, considering the distance between the village and the site where Takano-san's body was found, she must have been killed right after we came out of the ritual storehouse. It was done very quickly. It's possible that a special assassination team exists for this purpose, or that the plan had been set up a long time ago. They might have been secret agents of the Sonozaki family, but the latter sounds more valid. But if so, who would have been the victim if nobody broke into the ritual storehouse? Good questions.
Big questions.
Lots of questions in this answer arc.
I've been saying that this whole time.
You literally have. Maybe the real answers
were the questions we made along the way.
The friends we killed along the way. Yeah. I mean,
literally, we were like, these are the answer chapters, and we went through an entire story without any answers, and then we skipped ahead one entire year. There had better be answers soon.
My relatives gathered at the Sonozaki house after the festival to have a little party. I mingled with my uncles and had fun. I was trying to get rid of my eerie memories of the ritual storehouse. Mion was acting as the successor, so I tried to stay away from her. I'm sure she would feel weird if I talked to her in a formal way. In consideration of the hag's old age, we ended the party around 11 p.m. We all helped to clean up, with the women washing the dishes in the kitchen, and the men folding the tables and putting them away in a storeroom. It only took about 30 minutes, then everyone left one after another. By then, Mion was no longer acting as the Sonozaki successor, and was back to being her normal self. Maybe I drank too much. I was lying on the tatami floor. Kasai asked me if I could get into the car, so I told him I'd barf if I got in now.
Sis, can I spend the night here? I just want to sleep. Don't let Grandma kill me. Granny will get mad if she finds you.
She'll definitely kill you.
By the way, don't you have school tomorrow, Shion?
Don't worry about it.
You're telling me that this whole fucking festival doesn't get them out of school? Also, she doesn't care.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's on a Sunday.
No, tomorrow is our school's anniversary, so there's no class. Is that how that works?
No idea.
School's anniversary. How many times a year does your school have its anniversary? Oh well. Okay, Kasai-san. She can stay here
You
tonight.
call it school anniversary. I call it budget cuts.
I call it I'm sick.
Understood. Good night.
We had to cut the teacher's budget by 20%, so we're gonna just cut your school week by 20% as well.
If they did that, they wouldn't get government funding. Come on, Shion, wake up. Granny will get really mad if you fall asleep here. Here, hold on to me. You can sleep in my room.
Wow, stirring cute. I wish stirring was real.
Hi, stirring.
I was left alone all of a sudden in this late night. My alter ego told me that I'm in a demon's stomach. I wouldn't have woken up if I hadn't heard that voice. I might not have woken up at all. I didn't remember much after that. I was probably brought to Mion's room and immediately crawled into the futon. After a while, Mion got her futon ready next to me, turned the lights off, and went to sleep. At least, that's what I thought. I got up and turned the lights on. Mion's futon was empty. The futon felt cold. Mion must have left it a while ago. Did she go to the bathroom? No, the closest bathroom was right there down the hallway. The light in the bathroom was off. And where did she go? The ticking of the clock was loud and annoying in this quiet. The hands pointed to a little before 3 a.m. Oh boy, 3 a.m. I was left alone all of a sudden in this late night. I felt the eeriness of the ritual storehouse coming back to me, despite drinking it away with alcohol earlier. I tried to sense my surroundings. In this house, there shouldn't be an eerie atmosphere, strange noises, or footsteps. I stepped out into the freezing cold hallway to look for Mion. When I did, I immediately noticed light coming from one of the nearby rooms. That room belonged to the hag. The hag went to sleep early and woke up early. She was very strict about her bedtime. So it was strange to see her light on in the middle of the night. I could hear voices too. Those voices belonged to the hag and Mion. I creeped up to the room and listened to their conversation. Since it was the middle of the night, I could hear their words very clearly.
Who is it?
Granny, I believe.
But you know, those young ones went too far.
You're right. They made Oyashiro-sama's... Oh, wait.
Nah.
I assume this is just a random family member.
No, it's her and Mion.
Might be like the mayor or... I don't know.
The narration just said
Who is it?
the hag and Mion, so...
Oh.
Oh, Mion. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. You're right. They made Oyashiro-sama angry, so I guess they got what they deserved.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, okay.
Mion's voice sounded
Cold.
as cold as the one I heard down in the torture room. I held my breath. Sim Granny.
The police say they are investigating, but are you sure? I guess. It's probably Takano-san.
My heart almost stopped. Oyashiro-sama got angry. The police are investigating. It's probably Takano-san. And what day was it today? Those words told me that something was happening. My teeth started to chatter. I desperately tried to stop them. I felt like my body was swelling up suddenly. I could no longer hear as well. Calm down. Breathe. Listen more carefully. According to Mion and the hag's conversation, another incident definitely took place. The victims were Takano-san and Tomitake-san. From what I could tell, both Mion and the hag thought it made sense that whatever it was happened to them. No. I need to think more calmly. They did say they deserved it for making Oyashiro-sama angry. Did they say Takano-san and Tomitake-san made Oyashiro-sama angry? How did they make Oyashiro-sama angry? They knew. My body started to shake. They knew we stuck into the virtual storehouse. Then that would mean Keiichi and I were also subject to Oyashiro-sama's curse. Suddenly a phone rang. The phone was by the front door. The front door was opposite the hag's room, farther down the hall. The ringing echoed throughout the long hallway. It sounded so eerie, almost like it was coming from hell. That's also how I feel whenever I get a phone call. That was when I felt someone behind me. Of course, there was nobody there when I turned around, but there was someone there a moment ago. I didn't know if it was Satoshi-kun. I didn't sense any emotions, so I couldn't tell. Adge time. I will be right back. Don't burn down chat. Or do.
So. Oh, Golden's not here. Never mind. My wife's not here either. I'm all alone.
This is so sad.
This is so sad. Yeah, it's so sad. So, quick question.
Uh-huh.
So we more or less have been kind of not really confirmed, but suggested that, you know, the footsteps are a symptom of being cursed, right? Right.
Right.
But Shion started hearing the footsteps before going into the storehouse. So is there in any way that Shion might have angered Oyashiro-sama before everyone else?
Maybe.
Maybe. Did she do anything?
I mean, our source in universe for the footsteps being a symptom is Rena, who thought she angered Oyashiro by leaving the village. So Shion was forced to leave the village. But she was gone for a good year and never heard footsteps, so... I didn't know if it was Satoshi-kun. I didn't sense any emotions, so I couldn't tell. I also didn't know how long it had been there. It was as if that somebody was watching me listening on their conversation. That was the feeling I got. It couldn't be Satoshi-kun. Satoshi-kun would never be that intimidating or scary. My mind turned all red, like it was suffused with blood. Rena? I think.
Have you experienced anything like that? Those footsteps always followed me. They even came to my bedside and looked down at me.
I remembered what Rena Ryugu had said on that rainy day.
You'll be okay, if that's true. Oyashiro-sama won't get mad at you.
If Oyashiro-sama wasn't angry, nobody would follow me. So what did this mean? Ever since we snuck into the shrine storage, something has been following me? What is it? Calm down, calm down. That's right, Rena wasn't talking about me. She was talking about Satoshi-kun. That's what had happened to Satoshi-kun.
Everything he's going through is a sign of Oyashiro-sama's curse.
That's right. That's why he encountered the curse of Oyashiro-sama. I think it's
Rena?
Rena, maybe.
Oh. You feel someone is watching from a distance, and it follows you.
A creepy feeling crawled up and spread across my back.
Then it watches from right behind you. After that, you start hearing an extra footstep.
I swallowed loudly. It's almost as though Rena Ryugi was predicting what would happen to me. Had Rena been talking about Satoshi-kun back then? Or had she actually been talking about me?
But you start hearing it, even inside your house after a while. Then, Oyashiro-sama keeps watching you, even when you're sleeping in the dark. Right by your side. Waiting, silently.
I knew by now that there was no mistake. No matter how I looked at it, she had been talking about me. Yes, me. It had been about me. And the curse of Oyashiro-sama. What is the curse of Oyashiro-sama? That was when I actually felt something for real. Someone grabbed my collar. No voice came out. I wanted to scream, but all I could do was open and close my mouth, as if something was stuck in my throat. It was Mion. She looked even colder than how she looked in the underground torture room. It only made sense that she'd come out into the hallway to answer the phone. I tried to come up with an excuse. However, the way Mion looked at me was so cold. Even if I really had run into her by accident, I could tell by the look in her eyes that she wouldn't believe me. I felt cold sweat all over my body. I couldn't even move my fingers.
Sorry.
I apologized. I could have said something to get myself out of the situation, but the apology came out first. But Mion didn't appear to hear me. She walked to the front door, still holding my collar. The phone was still ringing. A normal person doesn't usually let a phone ring so long at this time of night. The phone call itself didn't seem real to me. Mion picked up the phone.
This is Mion. I see. I understand. Please take care of things at your end. Also, please make sure that nobody talks about this. Yes. Goodbye.
Mion put down the phone after a short conversation. What did she mean, make sure nobody talks about this? Who called anyway? Mion put her forehead to mine and spoke to me.
Did you hear?
Which conversation was she asking me about? Well, she had to be talking about the one with the hag. If I said yes, what would happen to me?
I don't... I don't know what you're talking about. Ah.
Mion pulled my collar, pressed her nose on mine, and continued to speak.
Just what you heard. The curse of Oyashiro-sama fell upon Tomitake-san and Takuno-san. It's really very unfortunate.
It was like I was talking to myself in a mirror. But what I was saying in the mirror was ever so cold.
Sis, what is the curse of Oyashiro-sama? Maybe don't play that dumb, Shion. Tomitake-san killed himself by clawing out his throat. Takano-san was burned to death in an oil drum. Oh, guess I need 2 sacrifices. Terrible, isn't it?
Tomitake-san clawed at his own throat until he died? What? Takano-san was burned to death in an oil drum? What? What? I felt something furry crawl up my spine. Not a furry. It also felt like my stomach was turning upside down. I didn't feel any strength in my legs. If Mion let go of my collar, I'd probably collapse on the spot.
Why did they die that way? Don't you know, Shion?
I'm asking you because I don't know.
I don't know. Don't you see? There can only be one reason.
Please don't talk as if I already know the answer.
What do you mean?
My heart was pounding. I felt that my next breath would be so bloody and hot that I'd choke on it.
Don't you know?
It's because they made Oyashiro-sama angry.
The first year, it was the manager of the dam construction site. The second year, it was the traders to the village. The third year was the pacifist. The fourth year is the relatives of the traders. I'd always thought that the victims were people who had something to do with the dam conflict. That dam conflict.
That damn con. Also, you were right. This is the 5th year. Or
Yeah.
Wait.
Since I didn't do
No.
anything...
What? Wait.
Yeah, I think
Last
Keiichi-
year was the relatives?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, because Keiichi is the 5th year. Right?
Well, yeah.
Keiichi's
yeah,
year is the 5th year.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Since I didn't do anything against the village during the dam conflict, I assumed I
Dam
was
conflict.
safe. I should have known. I should have known everything would be the curse of Oyashiro-sama. I knew Oyashiro-sama's anger was the curse of Oyashiro-sama. I knew Oyashiro-sama would get angry if I snuck into the ritual storehouse. But since I wasn't held responsible in any way for the dam conflict, I never thought I would be a victim of the curse. Did I ever think that there would be an incident in the 5th year? Did I ever think that I'd be the victim of that 5th year incident? Tomitake-san snuck into the storehouse, and he clawed at his own throat until he died. Takano-san was burned to death in an oil drum. It must be a lie. It couldn't be true. Even if it was forbidden, it was just a space for storing some old torture implements. How could they be killed for just sneaking in there? Especially in such a gruesome ways. But I thought about it again and realized that those people were absolutely capable of doing... that those people were absolutely capable of doing things like that. The main Sonozaki family was capable of it. The Sonozaki family had been pulling the strings behind the series of mysterious deaths. They could do it. The Sonozaki family even kidnapped the grandson of the Minister of Construction during the dam conflict. They could do it. The Sonozaki family made Satoshi-kun disappear completely. They could do it. Mio leaned against me, before falling onto the cold hallway floor. She collapsed rather violently. I usually didn't go to sleep with my stun gun, but since I was too drunk to get ready for bed, I still had it on me. I had my stun gun on me. I finally understood. I didn't know who killed them exactly, whose idea it was or who ordered it. I didn't even know who was actually involved, but Mion and the hag knew everything. Satoshi-kun. Now I finally know. Now I know what I need to do. I will settle the score for you, Satoshi-kun. I will avenge you, Satoshi-kun. I won't be killed like you, Satoshi-kun. I walked into the hag's room. She was sitting up to take some medicine. Her back was turned to me. Mion and I are twins. If I acted like her, the hag wouldn't notice the difference.
That's X to doubt.
Yeah, I think considering you're wearing completely different clothes. I didn't think she ever suspected me. I put my stun gun to her neck and pulled the trigger.
That's definitely gonna keep you, definitely gonna, not make it whatever.
I heard an indescribable electrical sound, and the hag's lights went out. She fell in a twisted position. I didn't know how long it would take a person to regain their freedom of movement after getting knocked out with a stun gun. So I had to restrain them before they woke back up. I was unbelievably calm. The key to the underground torture room was in the forbidden drawer that only the head of the family can access. Mion had told me about this once. I'd never looked for the drawer before, but I found it exactly where I thought it would be. The key was on a keychain with several of its sisters. Each key had a little plaque on it that said what it was used for. They were all in Mion's handwriting. She was an idiot for being so conscientious, but it sure helped me out. I put the keychain in my pocket and headed to the outdoor storeroom to find a cart. I found a large flashlight there as well. There was a strap on the flashlight so I could put it on my shoulder. That way I'd have both hands free to carry Mion and the hag. I loaded Mion and then our grandmother onto the cart and carried them to the underground torture room. I was prepared to use the stun gun again if they woke up while I was working, but it was more powerful than I imagined, and the hag showed no signs of waking. This was the stun gun Kasai especially ordered for me when I told him I wanted a powerful one. I remembered him telling me that it was an illegally modified stun gun, and that I should never use it just for fun. I used my flashlight to find the light switch. I found it easily, and turned it on. All the lights went on in the basement. Although there was now illumination, it was very dim. I moved quickly so as to finish what I needed to do before they woke up. I decided to put Mion in a cell beyond the torture room. The lights in the torture room were so bright that it was like daylight. There was a door there. I was fairly certain the cells were on the other side of that door. The proper key was here. The keys made a tinkling sound. I felt cold air coming in through the gap in the door. There must be a huge opening on the other side. I opened the door and I saw nothing but darkness. I felt along the wall to find a light switch. I turned the switch on, and the light bulbs lit up, revealing a huge rocky cave. It didn't look like a natural cave. It looked more like an air raid shelter. There were several hollow openings with bars across them. Those were the cells. I walked up to the closest cell and checked to see if it was strong enough to confine her. I pushed and pulled on the bars. I rammed against them with all my weight and decided they were perfectly sturdy. This was secure enough to be called a cell. I opened the lock and carried Mion in. It wasn't particularly strong, just average. I never thought I was strong enough to carry a whole person. But now I didn't need to pretend to be weak. I could easily lift and drag their bodies. I put Mion in the cell. She seemed to moan a little. I didn't need to check to make sure. The effect of my stun gun was wearing off. I closed the bars and turned the key in the lock. Then I ran to the hag, who must have been starting to wake up too.
I mean, she could possibly be dead.
Yeah, you know, she's pretty old, so... the literal shock could kill her. Fortunately, there was no sign of her regaining consciousness.
Fortunately.
Fortunately. Maybe the difference in age had something to do with it. I looked for a table to restrain her on. I found a wheelchair with restraints for the hands and feet. I put the hag in it. Of course, she didn't resist, but her dead weight made it seem like she was a huge French doll, but one made of flesh. I put her hands on the armrests and restrained them at the wrists with the metal rings and hinges. I did the same with her feet. There must have been a wheelchair specially remodeled to restrain a person. Other than the restraints, it was a regular wheelchair. I waited for the hag to wake up. I had so many things I wanted to ask her.
Oh my god, answers?
I didn't think she'd answer honestly, but I had plenty of tools to make her talk. I was in no rush. When the hag had a concern, relatives took care of the problem. That was how it worked in the Sonozaki family. She was the leader of the family, so all the information they gathered would make its way to her. She must know everything that happened in Hinamizawa, including the curse of Oyashiro-sama. I heard a noise from the cell. Mion must have woken up before the hag did. Speaking of the hag, she didn't seem like she was about to wake up anytime soon, but she was restrained even if she did, so I had no need to fear. I left the hag there and headed for the cell.
Sorry, I accidentally muted my mic. Shion, what do you think you're doing? Oh my god, Radium fell asleep. Radium! Radium, wake up!
Sorry,
Wake
I'm
up!
sorry.
Good morning.
I'm so tired.
Yeah. I thought Seth was supposed to be Mion.
Honey, do you need to go to bed?
It's very possible. Shion, what do you think
Wait, no,
you're
no, no, no,
doing?
no, 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 no. It's not your turn. You just started snoring.
I'm sorry.
Shion, what do you think you're doing?
She taught the successor, but she also sounded frightened. She obviously understood the situation she was in right now.
Good morning, Mion. You never thought you'd be in there, huh? As the acting head, I order you, open this up. You don't sound so scary in there. You need to talk more like a leader, don't you think? Oh, still my line.
Yeah.
Though, talking that way will only make you look like a fool.
There's nothing funny about it, but I wanted to intimidate Mion. My laughter echoed throughout the cave. It was artificial and meaningless laughter. I heard it over and over as it echoed. It sounded as if I wasn't the only one laughing. I couldn't stand it, so I stopped. Silence filled the air. That silence almost hurt my ears, so I started to speak.
I never thought Tometake and Takano-san would be the victims. What an idea to burn Takano-san to death. But actually, she would be the kind of person who'd prefer to die that way. Maybe she's satisfied, huh?
Mia didn't say anything. She just stared at me to see how I'd proceed.
What about the way Tomitake-san died? He clawed out his own throat, right? Did you give him a shot of some kind? Or is there a torture device that did that to him?
Mion didn't reply. I was smiling boldly, but I became impatient and finally kicked the bars. He made a violent noise. Mion jumped as if she was kicked directly. Shion is channeling Seth with this one.
It's boring not to get any answers. Do you have any idea what will happen if I get angry? How would I know?
Mion finally replied. She was odious, but at the same time sounded pitiful.
Hey, Mion. As the successor, why don't you tell me? Let's see.
I had just too many things I wanted to ask her. I wanted to ask her about me, about the incident, about the curse, about Satoshi-kun. I didn't even know where to start. Before I asked her about those, I asked her one other thing.
You know there's no point in trying to resist, don't you?
Myung glared at me silently. Because we were twins, I knew that was just a bluff.
We've come this far, so there's no point in hesitating anymore. You shouldn't expect hesitation, or even mercy from me, sis.
Mia must have been feeling the cold sweat on her face. Although the light was dim, I could tell she was frightened.
Okay, here I go. First, wait.
Yeah.
First, about the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa, also known as the Curse of Oyashiro-sama. What's the meaning of it? Is it to signify the end of the damn conflict? That damn conflict? I think so.
Mion sounded a little confused, but she answered. I felt satisfaction now that we were communicating. I continued with a smile. See, guys, communication is good.
It's good. You think, huh? Don't you know the details? You know yourself that the successor is simply a messenger for Granny.
Yeah, right.
But the successor must know everything the current head is thinking, right? Do you really think I believe you're just any messenger? Although I'm always around Granny, I don't always know what she's thinking. It's not like I can understand her all the time. Okay, so you're saying that everything about the curse of Oyashiro-sama is decided by the hag herself, right? I assumed she talked to the successor about it. When it's something dangerous, Granny decides it on her own. I don't have anything to do with it. But even if she decides by herself, the hag uses you to take care of various things, doesn't she? And you're telling me you don't know anything? No. She doesn't use me for that. What if there's actually two Mions? And we're talking to the wrong one.
Yeah, the secret third twin.
Well, I mean, like, not like that.
Oh.
It would be a triplet. Okay,
Right.
so Shion has been, like, kind of saying that she has like there's like an inner self or something like another self to her. What if Mion also has like another self? You know, the one that's cold and has those weird like glossed over eyes.
Yeah. I mean, it would make sense because that's kind of how she talked at the end of chapter 2.
Mm-hmm. I really don't understand it myself. But it's like I take care of the problems on the surface, and someone else takes care of them on the underside. Who? Who is the one that takes care of these underside problems? I I don't know. Haven't you seen anyone? Haven't you overheard a phone conversation? It must be someone who gets in touch with the hag at the same time every year, around the time the curse happens. I I don't know. I really don't know.
Mion shook her head.
Okay, let me change the question. Why were Tomitake and Takano-san chosen as victims, even though they had nothing to do with the dam conflict? Was it because they snuck into the ritual storehouse?
As soon as Mion heard the words ritual storehouse, her expression shifted.
The ritual storehouse. Did they intrude on the storehouse at the Furude shrine?
Oh, another ad.
Damn, when we were sort of not really getting any answers. Can't believe this.
Can't believe it. That's okay, I do need to get more water.
Babe.
Yeah.
Radium. Do you need to go to bed?
I don't know.
I don't know if you're going to have any dialogue anytime soon. It's mostly me talking to me talking to me. Assuming Granny
It's
wakes up, it'll be
okay.
me talking to me talking to me.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Abba.
Gasp. It's her. The other Mion. I can hear her. Oh boy.
Abba.
What?
This music is vibey. Oh, we're back though. Oh boy.
Dabba.
What?
Boy.
What? What?
Oh boy.
Oh, were you waiting for me?
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought we were waiting for Adam.
No, it's okay.
Fuck, who was first? Oh yeah.
Mion
The
was
ritual
first.
storehouse. Did they intrude on the storehouse of the Furude shrine? Didn't you know? I thought you already knew. If they really did that, then it was truly stupid of them. Of course something would happen to them.
Mion muttered bitterly while shaking her head repeatedly. Mion's reaction made me realize that the true meaning of the Forbidden Storehouse was for ritual. Yeah, for ritual influence. Blah blah. Too long. Make it shorter. The ritual storehouse is a sacred building, so nobody can go inside, and the curse will fall upon any who disobey. Any child would know that rule. However, just because they knew about it didn't mean they all believed in it. Although they were told they would be cursed, most of the kids actually enjoyed hearing the stories. They simply didn't believe it was true. However, Mion's reaction told me it absolutely was. If they actually did that, of course something would happen to them. She was saying that if someone snuck into the ritual storehouse, that person should be killed.
What you know and what I know aren't matching up anymore. Of course I'm aware I shouldn't just waltz into the storehouse.
I did, though.
But to be killed in such a gruesome way for doing it? I never knew that. Did you? That's just because you're ignorant about it, Shion. Well, sorry for being ignorant. Could you please explain it to me? Just like you said, the kids don't really believe in the curse. They assume it's just superstition. But they also know that if an adult found out, they'd be in big trouble. But to the elderly people of Hinamizawa, it's something more It's something more serious.
Mion explained to me how the elderly people blindly believe in Oyashiro-sama, and how sacred the festivals are to them. It's probably something the younger generations would never understand, but they're possessed by a very strong, deeply rooted devotion toward Oyashiro-sama. Mion then went on to tell me about how sinful it was to violate the rule of the ritual storehouse. I just couldn't believe things like that were still going on even in the modern day. I couldn't even reply appropriately. But even if it was unbelievable, I couldn't ignore what I was hearing from my twin sister.
I see. But Mion... Doesn't the rule say that one victim gets killed by the curse and another has to become a sacrifice? The body of the sacrifice is never to be found. But there are 2 dead bodies this time. What do you think of that?
Mion doesn't know that besides Takano-san and Tomitake-san, Keiichi and I also snuck into the ritual storehouse.
That is a huge assumption to make.
Yeah, it's a big assumption. So I tried to lead her a little.
I know. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. Maybe Takano-san's burned body wasn't supposed to be found. Maybe the intention was for her to vanish. Or... I'm not too sure, but... What? Just say what you're thinking. I won't get mad.
Mion
Says
has
every parent ever.
Just tell me, I won't be mad. Does not tell you. Mion hesitated a little first, and then started to speak.
Actually, 4 people snuck into the shrine storage, so maybe... Maybe what? Maybe the other 2 will become the sacrifices and get demoned away. Oh, okay. I guess that's it. Whoop-de-doo.
Oh, there's so many answers we're getting.
Mion's words were stuck in my head. It's just a commercial break, don't worry. If those 2 dead bodies were the result of the curse, then there should be 2 sacrifices to calm Oyashiro-sama's anger. The 4 of us snuck into the shrine storage together. It was a simple equation. Did that mean that Keiichi and I were in danger? I got drunk, fell asleep, and decided to stay overnight. Was that because of the alcohol? Or did someone put a drug in my drink? Pretty sure it was because of the alcohol. It's not like me to get drunk and spend a night at the hag's house. I wanted to forget about what happened in that eerie storehouse, so I drank too much. But it really was strange for me to get that drunk. Maybe it was a good thing I woke up in the middle of the night. I could have been the one to wake up in the cell. Sometimes it's hard to recognize danger when you avoid it accidentally. A part of me wanted to just laugh at the idea, but another part felt frightened that I was so close to being in Mion's position. If my thinking was correct, I wonder how Keiichi Maebara was doing right now. I didn't see him in any of the cells, but that didn't guarantee his safety. Takeno-san and Tomitake-san had been executed. There was a possibility that Keiichi could already be dead. But just like what happened to Satoshi-kun, it might only happen after a few days. When the sun rose, I was going to pretend to be Mion and head to her school. I was going to check if Keiichi Maebara was safe. If he had already disappeared, the enemy would come after me next. I'd have to be a decoy for myself. But if he was still safe, I need to keep my eyes on him. I was sure that the enemy would come after that scatterbrain. If I became Mion, Shion would disappear. The enemy would think Shion had already been demoned away, and they'd concentrate on Keiichi. If nothing happened to Keiichi, that would also be fine. It'd prove that nothing would happen to me either. The hag was still sleeping on the wheelchair. In the wheelchair.
Sleeping.
I was going to interrogate her, but actually, I wasn't expecting to learn that much. The woman who was also known as Empress Sonozaki probably wouldn't say a thing even if her fingers were cut off. Mion, her successor, was the complete opposite. She spoke readily but didn't know too much about anything. Mion had said she was only a messenger, and that someone else was taking care of the problems on the underside. It was possible Mion had grown to be a good liar, and that she tried to deceive me with a straight face. But at the same time, I could see the hag not letting Mion get involved in the underside of the village. If I were her, I wouldn't have used Mion for that either. Unlike me, Mion was a nice person. While there were only ones and zeros in the world, she believed that there were numbers with decimal points. In other words, she could never be cruel. If the hag thought the same way as I do, it was very possible. The one who took care of the problems on the underside, X, was the one who actually governed the curse of Oyashiro-sama. If the hag became concerned about something, X would deal with it, either directly or indirectly. Or maybe the hag and X would discuss the details first. But did X really exist? If he did, his place in the village hierarchy was a lot more important than that of the successor. Unlike Mion, who was too nice, he was discreet, cruel, and cunning. Furthermore, he was extremely close to the hag. Someone who would have a lot of contact with her just before it was time for the curse. Because of the way Tomitake-san died, it could be someone who regularly dealt with unusual drugs. He could be a member of a medical institution. The director of the Irie clinic. Irie? In this isolated village, Irie was famous for opening such a beautiful clinic, and for working so hard for the villagers' sake. The villagers liked his mature personality and really respected him.
He's so mature.
So mature.
Famously.
There's nothing scarier than a doctor who's also a murderer. If Irie was the person behind the curse, all the mysterious deaths could be explained. However, there's only a slim chance of Irie being X. The main reason being that the hag wouldn't trust him. Like many of the elderly, the hag doesn't like young people. I knew she'd never trust him because of his age. Furthermore, she had openly criticized his behavior among the relatives once. Although Irie was famous, he was also an outsider, after all. He wasn't born here. He tried to maintain a good relationship with the villagers as the director of the clinic, but that was just on the surface. I couldn't even imagine the hag telling him about her worries or about the village's underside. If she was as suspicious of others as I was, then she'd only gather trustworthy people to deal with that underside. The first people that came to mind were the leaders of the three families. Leaving Rikachama out, the head of the Kimiyoshi family was a strong possibility. He was the only one who could advise Empress Sonozaki. They were of a similar age, and everyone knew that they were very close outside the family councils. Furthermore, as the mayor, he often went to the Sonozaki house just before Watanagashi to discuss festival preparations. I could easily picture them talking privately. The one who executed the curse of Oyashiro-sama. The one who murdered Takano-san and Tomitake-san. The mastermind behind the series of mysterious deaths that have been going on for the past 5 years. Was he coming after me? Did he get to Satoshi-kun? When I thought about Satoshi-kun, I felt elevated. I was fearful of possibly being this year's victim until just a moment ago. I was scared that X was after me. But when I thought about it, I realized, whoever it was, this person had gotten Satoshi-kun. I'd looked so hard, but I couldn't find him. I'd almost forgotten about this enemy. For better or for worse, he was going to appear before me again. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't find that enemy. But now he was trying to find me. And that was it. I wasn't only being chased, I was chasing too. When I realized all this, I was no longer afraid of dying to the 5th year's curse and become a game. I wasn't only being threatened, I was threatening too. Now is the time to settle the score for Satoshi-kun. Now is the time to awaken passions that had grown weak over the past year. I could feel righteous indignation and courage flare up within me. The only emotion that can defeat fear is anger. When my anger completely overtook my fear, I felt as though I was reborn.
Why don't you wake up, Empress of Hags?
I kicked her wheelchair rather violently, but that didn't wake her up either.
Are you just pretending to be asleep?
I grabbed her hair and pulled her head up. But even then, the hag still stayed silent with a straight face. And then I noticed something. I looked for an appropriate torture device. They were all large scale, none of them being particularly handy. And that's when I saw a cigarette lighter on a cushion in the tatami room. One of the relatives must have left it there. I lit the lighter. A huge flame appeared. I turned the lighter off and went back to the hag with it.
Can you see it? Can't you see it? This is a cigarette lighter somebody left behind.
I lit it in front of her eyes.
I'm going to burn your nose now. You don't want that, do you? I wouldn't want it. So why don't you quit pretending to be asleep?
There was still no response. I put the flame right under her nose without hesitation. The tip of the flame touched the tip of her nose. The flame must have burned her nose hair. It smelled terrible. I was already certain, but I continued anyway. I brought the flame closer to her eye. Her eyelid didn't move one bit. The flame burned her eyelash, making it smell awful again. I turned the lighter off and then felt her throat and wrist. I didn't feel any warmth. I didn't feel a pulse either.
Oh. Did she die from the stun gun?
There was no way she could pretend to be asleep while being burned. Even if she could endure the pain, anyone would reflexively move their eyelids if a flame came close to their eyes. But she didn't. I turned the sink water on and aimed the end of a hose at the hag's face. The water pressure wasn't too high, but by squeezing the tip of the hose, I could make it squirt out. The water hit the hag in the face, but there was still no reaction. Shit. You've got to be kidding me. She's dead. The one who was at the center of everything is dead now. I knew she wouldn't talk, but I didn't expect her to end up dead. I never even thought of killing her. I walked around the room restlessly. I didn't feel guilty, but instead felt frustrated with what I'd done. Come on. I need to stay calm. I needed to calm down. What do I need to be afraid of? Calm down. Stay cool. Calm down. Stay cool. I could feel my brain starting to calm down, and my emotions cooling down with it. She was my true enemy. It was just that I killed her before confronting her about it. Sooner or later, I would have killed her anyway. She wouldn't have said anything in the first place, so there wasn't really a reason why I should have let her live. I didn't realize that until now, and that was why I got frustrated. My revenge for Satoshi-kun started with the unexpected death of my grandmother. It was such a strange feeling, like I was wearing sopping wet clothes. I replaced that feeling with anger. I couldn't forgive her. I couldn't forgive the hag for abusing the Hojo family, including Satoshi-kun, for so many years. She cornered him psychologically as well as physically. She didn't deserve an easy death from a stun gun. I picked up a whip that was hanging on the wall. The whip was designed to make sure that the person on the receiving end got seriously injured. I swung it up and then down. The sound reminded me of when I was a child hitting things with a jump rope I pretended was a whip. But unlike then, I'd made a purple mark on the hag's face, and reddish-black blood had started oozing out. I swung it up and then down again. This time, the whip hits her in the head. Her hair flew in the air. I saw a bunch of her hair on the tip of the whip. At the end of the bunch of hair, there was a piece of her skin. Soon the whip had ripped out part of her scalp off. I continued to hit her with the whip. I didn't bother removing the hair beforehand. The tip of the whip was divided into many points, each with each point having a fishhook on the end.
Oh my god.
Those hooks, added to the speed of the whip, not only scratched the victim, but tore the skin off as well. The hag's hair was all messed up and her face was getting bloody. She started to look like a real demon. I stopped the whipping. Not because my arm was tired, because I couldn't stand the feeling of her hair on the tip touching me every time I swung the whip. I threw the whip at the hag. Breathing heavily, I realized I was covered in her hair. It almost felt like 1,000 maggots crawling all over me. I brushed it off violently.
You deserve this, you fucking demon hag.
I put my hands on my knees and exhaled roughly. It was then that I noticed it. I perked up and turned around. There it is. The person who had been watching me since I snuck into the shrine storage. I sensed this person sitting in the tatami room. He'd enjoyed watching me torture my grandmother. An overwhelming emotion started to swallow me up. I tried desperately not to feel it.
How long have you been there? You should have said something.
It was just there. Just like Satoshi-kun, it was just there. It was extremely uncomfortable to have it just be there.
I see. Rena told me. Are you Oyashiro-sama?
I smiled boldly, and yet I could feel my body shivering.
You can't fool me. Are you saying that you're Oyashiro-sama? And that the curse of Oyashiro-sama really does exist? Come on. Who would believe something like that? Huh?
It was just my imagination. It couldn't be the curse of Oyashiro-sama. The curse couldn't be real. Everything was done by humans. They made everything look like it was a curse.
Well, I don't care if you saw what I did. I won't charge you for it. But if you're thinking about interfering, I won't hold back, you know.
No matter what I said, nothing happened. It was like trying to communicate with an insect. I felt like I was staring at a spider in the middle of its web, and the spider was staring back. I turned to the hag in the wheelchair. I couldn't leave her body here forever. If I don't need to make her death known, then it should be quick, and it's best if a body doesn't exist. Not even in the secret underground torture room.
Does that one well exist still?
Mm-hmm. I exhaled to try and calm myself down. Oh, I remember now. When I was a little girl, Kasa used to love making me feel scared. He often told me scary stories about various horrible things. I recalled a story about the secret torture room of the Sonozaki family. According to the story, there was a well in the torture room for dumping bodies in. There was a pile of tortured corpses at the bottom of the well, and resentful moans could be heard echoing from there. And about halfway down the well, there was a different tunnel, which was a secret passage leading into the distant mountains. That bit was from Mion's telling of the story. It was probably an amalgamation of tellings from different relatives. The room was supposed to be a huge secret, but everyone got loose lips at the chance to have fun scaring the young successor.
Mion? Do you remember one of our relatives talking about a hidden well? Oh, okay. A hidden well a long time ago? There's supposed to be a hidden well somewhere in the underground torture room, and is connected to a secret passage. Did you hear some noise earlier? That was me, whipping the hag.
Mion didn't reply, but I saw her bite her lip.
Don't worry. I won't whip you. But if you don't cooperate, I might punish her some more. Next time, I won't use a whip. Down at the end. Do you see a cell in the darkness? It's in there.
Mion pointed weakly. I walked down to where her finger indicated. A light bulb lit up the cell. It was a lot smaller than the one Mion was in. It was very shallow. I didn't even need to open the door to see how tiny it was. Of course, there's no well in there. I became angry, assuming that she lied to me. But after considering it, I didn't actually think she would at this point. I opened the door and walked in. I noticed something immediately. There was an opening right in the middle of the cell. This opening was naturally disguised. The way the rocks and the shadows were positioned perfectly hid the well. The tip of a rock inside the cell concealed the entrance. Unless you went in, you'd never notice. But it was such a shallow cell that nobody would even think of going in. Besides, the bars allow you to see the inside well enough. The cell's not even a few meters deep, so it'd only take a glance to see everything. Nobody would think of unlocking the door and walking in. But walking in was the only way anyone could find the well. Furthermore, there were many cells in this huge cave. Who would think that one of them was hiding a secret well?
Video gamers.
Gamers? The inside of the well was dark. I couldn't see anything. But every little noise I made produced echoes. I could tell this was a very deep well. I brought a flashlight from the torture room and shone it down the well. It almost looked more like a vertical tunnel. Obviously a man-made one at that. There were wedges on the wall like a ladder, and it looked as if they were inviting me to descend. It's kind of ironic that a secret escape route from an underground torture room ended up being a well that takes you even further down. You had no way of knowing whether it would take you to freedom or to hell. Furthermore, there were the tortured bodies of past victims at the bottom. Who would be able to go down this well without hesitation? Nobody in their right mind could go down this well to look for a secret tunnel, hearing the voices of the dead all the while.
Have you ever gone the well? Have you ever gone down that well, Mion? I've never even wanted to. I feel the same way. Why would I go down the well where they toss the victims of this torture room?
I went back to the torture room, and then returned to the cave, pushing the wheelchair containing the hag. Mion screamed.
Mion, are you gonna push Granny down the well?
No.
I'm not.
Oh, right.
Oh,
You're good.
Oh, no, I'm not. I'm just dumping her body. She's dead. Rest assured, I didn't torture her to death. It was probably the stun gun. Maybe her heart failed. I could just leave her body here, but I don't want it to rot, you know? I mean, it's gonna rot anyways. How could you? Hey, do you want to take care of her even now that she's dead? Maybe you can use chopsticks to pick maggots off her body. Huh?
Mion covered her ears and shook her head. Everything I said seemed to bother Mion. Her own life wasn't guaranteed at this point.
Shion, why did you do this? Let's see. Why do you think?
Nobody said anything for a while, but the silence was soon broken.
Satoshi? Is this revenge? I don't know if it was really revenge, since it happened so quickly. I'm sure she died without even feeling a thing. Hey, Mion, now that I think about it, I did have a reason to kill the hag. Do you know what it was? It wasn't just because she killed Satoshi-kun. It's because she lied.
Oh, Adge.
Adj.
At least we have some nice calming seagulls in the background, even though we shouldn't be anywhere near the ocean.
Yeah, we're underground, aren't we?
Then again, I have seen seagulls in, like, Colorado, so they could be a little far from home.
Wait, what are you hearing?
There's some sort of
There's- yeah, like,
seagull sounds.
Right now
in
it's just
the-
crickets.
Seagulls?
Yeah, I can kind of hear them. Not right now.
Seagulls? I have not
I've-
heard seagulls at all.
But at all?
At all. No, I just
Wait,
hear.
stop. You don't hear the waves?
No.
Hmm.
There are definitely
Oh.
like sounds of like ocean waves and seagulls.
No, I guess I have I turned up my audio. I guess I have my audio too quiet.
Yeah,
All I
yeah.
hear are the crickets.
The crickets are much louder.
Yeah.
So maybe Umineko was the Seth all along. Alright. I slapped the hag's head.
This hag can hold so many secrets. You said it too. You told me that if I ripped out my nails, she would forgive everyone. That's why I ripped out 3 of my nails. You only ripped out 1. The other 2 had to be ripped out by someone else. I did what you told me to, right? But she didn't keep her promise. She made Satoshi-kun disappear. Why? What was that for?
I continued to slap the hag's head. Her blood was all over my hand by then, and it felt gross. I tried to wipe it off on her clothes, but then her hair got on my hand. I ran to the sink in the torture room and washed my hands with a brush. When I was done, I went back to Mion's cell.
After Satoshi-kun disappeared, you came over and told me. You said the relationship between me and Satoshi-kun was forgiven. You also said that the Sonozaki main house had nothing to do with Satoshi-kun's disappearance. Yeah, You lied.
Lied. Lied, 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 lied. My shouts echoed throughout the cave. I was breathing heavily. I felt like I used up all of the air in my lungs.
I believe you don't know anything. You aren't even sure if the hag actually trusted you. But I don't know if she forgave Satoshi-kun because of what I did. She wouldn't have told you the truth.
The hag didn't keep her promise. She said she'd forgive everyone, but she lied. She didn't forgive. She didn't forgive Satoshi-kun.
Liar, 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 liar! Damn it! Damn it! Give me back Satoshi-kun! I want him back! I want him! I want him! I want him! I want him!
I kicked the hag's leg repeatedly. Each time I kicked, the wheelchair made a squeaky noise. I ran out of breath and kneeled down. Mion was still covering her ears and was now shaking. There were tears in her eyes.
Sorry to scare you. Sorry about that. If you really don't know, I won't torment you. Don't worry. But if you were ever lying to me, well, you'll have to accept whatever comes your way. You know what I mean. And insane.
She seems normal to me.
Uh-huh. Totally fine.
Everything's fine.
Everyone is famously normal.
fine.
Alright. Notebook page 183. I wasn't planning to kill the hag so quickly. I was going to kill her anyway, but it was too soon. People would normally assume that the Sonozaki family operates as a hierarchy, but that's not true. It's actually more like a system of government. Several ministries stem from the main family, and each forms a hierarchy of its own. These ministries don't communicate with one another. The people who belong to a given ministry don't know what the other ministries are doing. That way, the Sonozaki family's dealings are kept perfectly secret. Of course, the most important people in the family govern several ministries. They know, of course, about their own ministries. And they know a little bit about the ministries their relatives run. But none of them know everything. There are ministries that work in the open. There are ministries that work unseen. And there are some smaller ones that Oryo runs herself. Mion seems to know about most of them, but she doesn't necessarily know them all. In fact, she didn't know about the curse. Considering that, the fact that the hag died before I could interrogate her is a huge loss. And page 185. The head of the Kimiyoshi family was the one who called the main house most often after the 5th year's curse. My father called the second most. My parents were still high in the hierarchy, but the stir caused by my mother's disownment still hung over us, so we got treated as outcasts. The fact that my father received so many calls proved how much the hag valued us despite the distance at which we were kept, demonstrating her own two-faced respect for both sides of the coin. My father seemed to be in charge of the intelligence bureau. He reported police information, gossip, and rumors going around in the Yakuza business to the hag. He silences, stirs, and distorts that information at her request. By the way, my servant Kasai is an old friend of my father's. That must be why Kasai knows many things. But I don't know if my father is involved in the curse's execution. My assumption is that although he gathered information on the police investigation about the case, he wasn't involved in the execution itself. The fact that my father and the hag had this close connection isn't widely known. People know that she uses his information network, but they don't look very far beyond that. In the same way, it's possible that a cursed execution team exists under the hag's direct control. People just aren't aware of it. Alright, I think we got one more in us. I was having such a happy dream. Satoshi-kun was in the dream. He is leading his normal everyday life. He was back on the baseball team. Irie and I acted normally around him because we knew that's how mature people should act. We welcomed him back as if he had been there with us the whole time. Although he hits well in practice sessions, he still doesn't do well in the real game. Come on, Satoshi-kun. 3 strikes already? I'm cheering for you. Then Satoshi-kun pounded as he mumbled. I felt tears pouring down my face. Satoshi-kun... Oh, I'll let you do it.
Satoshi-kun. Satoshi-kun. Ah. Oh.
The happy dream faded out with my sobs. The harder I tried to focus on it, the faster it faded. Soon it was all gone. I could see the bright morning sun through a crack in the curtains. I was in Mion's room at the Sonozaki house. When did I come back? I was crouching in the corner of the room and crying. A dream is a dream. I wish I hadn't woken up. But one must wake up from a dream. We live in a world where there are no dreams, and that's why we always wake up. But I wasn't sure if I was the only one dreaming that dream, because I felt like Satoshi-kun was right beside me.
Satoshi-kun? Did you come back?
There was no reply. That was the rule. If it was Satoshi-kun, I'd wish he'd smile at me just once. But Satoshi-kun's presence faded away, as if he were never there to begin with. I heard the phone ring by the front door. Ah, that's right. I was the only one in the house now. I had to answer it. I got up to walk to the front door. I felt unsteady, so I put my hand on the wall to support myself. I hardly got any sleep. It was like I had a bad cold. The phone continued to ring. I probably didn't have to answer it, actually. But I was still half asleep, and all I could think of was answering the phone.
Hello? Sonozaki residence.
Radium, do you want to be Kimiyoshi?
Yeah. Sorry to call you so early. It's Kimiyoshi. Is your grandma still sleeping?
It was Uncle Kimiyoshi.
Yes. I guess she's still tired from yesterday. I think I'll let her sleep in.
Forever and ever.
Mm-hmm.
The end.
She needs a really long nap, actually.
Yeah. You probably should. Mion-chan, you're going to school, right? Can I leave a message with you?
Sure. What is it?
Let's see. There will be an emergency meeting regarding the incident from yesterday. It will be at the Shrine's Assembly Hall starting at 5 p.m. Did you get that?
Yes. I'll give her the message.
As soon as I put the phone down, it rang again.
Hello, Sonosaki residence.
Oh, good morning. Sorry to call you so early. This is Kasai. Is this Mion-san? Good morning.
Kasai-san. Good morning. Is
Oh, is Shion-san still there?
I wasn't panicked, but I hesitated. I could tell him no, or I could play both Mion and Shion.
man, imagine playing both Mion and Shion.
Imagine.
Imagine.
Shion was just was washing her face just now. I'll get her for you.
I decided to play 2 parts. I went back and forth down the hallway and picked up the phone again.
Kasai. Morning.
Good morning, Shion-san. Are you going to school today?
Of course not.
Stop playing hooky.
I feel miserable.
I kind of expected that. By the way, how are you getting back to Okonomiya? I can have someone come pick you up.
I think I can get a ride from Uncle Kimiyoshi or somebody else. Don't worry, I'll figure something out.
Your father told me to make sure you go to school often enough. I'd appreciate your cooperation.
I will go when I feel like it. By the way, Kasai, did you hear?
About what?
You know, the incident from last night.
Yes, I have. How truly horrifying.
All the past victims were war criminals from the dam conflict, right? But it's different this year. What do you think about that?
I don't really know.
Kasai wasn't the type to talk too much. If it was about something complicated, he usually responded like that. Shion, I think.
Do you know why those two fell under the curse of Oyashiro-sama?
No.
I heard this last night. Supposedly, they snuck into the ritual storehouse during the festival.
I also heard a bunch of seagulls.
They used a metal wire or something to unlock the door.
It's really weird in this mountainous region.
And they're a little lost, but they got the right idea.
Do they? What is the idea?
To be spooky. Kasai went silent for a while. I held my breath while waiting to see how he responded. I expected him to say that he couldn't believe those people were chosen as victims just for sneaking into a storehouse. I expected him to say that it was just too unrealistic.
I see. That was stupid of them. It's not a bad response.
Since Tomitake-san was an outsider, I bet he didn't know.
I went along with Kasai, but I felt disturbed on the inside. Kasai didn't wonder why breaking into the ritual storehouse would justify their deaths. I'd known Kasai for a long time, which is why I knew that there was a heavy meaning to what he said.
By the way, Kasai. Actually, I did it too.
Oh, did you go in?
Yeah.
Heathen. You went into the ritual storehouse. Shion-san?
Yeah. Takano-san invited me. Takano-san, Tomitake-san, and I remember Keiichi, who just moved here recently. Him and me, to make 4 of us.
I heard Kasai sighing heavily. Even though he didn't say a word, I could tell he was shocked. I'd never known him to act this way before.
Shion-san, don't you remember what happened last year? How do you think you can take care of this?
Last year, it was 3 nails, so maybe 5 this year.
This is Shion, I think, right?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, because
we had some ellipses.
Yeah.
Oh. Sorry. I wasn't trying to make light of the situation. I knew I shouldn't have done it.
You know I had to do it.
I regret it at least a little, but is it really that terrible thing to do?
You are related to the Sonozaki main family. Do you really think people would understand?
But I've been living in Okinomiya all my life. Since the hag hated me, I've barely been to Hinamizawa. Besides, I was stuck at school. How would I know about any of that?
I heard another sigh from Kasai. That sigh told me my excuses would be useless.
Shion-san, I am your ally. I want to support you as much as I can.
Ally.
But there are dangers even I can't protect you from. Besides,
Sorry, Sis is here. I've got to go. See ya.
Click. I interrupted Kasai and hung up. I didn't want to hear it. I didn't want to hear Kasai reject me. He who had been my ally all my life.
Ally.
Shit. Damn it.
I could hear the sound of the cicadas. The sound made it feel like I was being cooked on a huge frying pan, making a sizzling noise.
the cicadas when they cry?
Mm-hmm. No, those are the different cicadas.
Oh.
I couldn't help feeling remorseful. Now I knew that I was sneaking into the ritual store. Now I knew that sneaking into the ritual storehouse wasn't a laughing matter, but I really didn't know it at the time. Sure, the door was locked, so I didn't want anyone to go in. Then why did they change the lock? What did they say? I think it was that Rika-chama said that the previous lock was too heavy for her, so she had to change to that cheap one. That was how Takano-san broke in. If the heavy lock was still there, this wouldn't have happened. I slapped my own forehead. Then I took a deep breath. I had to calm down. What was the point of fussing now? I'd already passed the point of no return. There's no use thinking otherwise. The hag was already dead. Even if she wasn't, she was now at the bottom of the well, so she's super dead now. Therefore, it was already past the point where I could just cut my fingers off an apology. I felt so unstable. I'd walked on the fence around the swings of the park before, as if I was walking on a tightrope. It was fun because even if I fell, it was only a very short distance. But it wouldn't have been fun if I were up really high. At the very moment, I was in fact already on a tightrope that was a lot higher than that fence at the park. As soon as I took a step, the rope behind me would vanish. I couldn't step back because there was nothing behind me. That was, in short, the current situation I found myself in. Just standing in one spot was all I could do.
Notably famous for not being able to go back on.
Even if I never took another step, I'd fall if I wasn't careful. If I forced myself to walk, the danger would only increase. But if I didn't move, I would fall eventually. I couldn't see what was ahead of me. There was no guarantee I'd ever find firm ground. But if I stopped, there was only one fate waiting for me. I have to move onward. If staying here guaranteed death, then I'd rather try to walk, even if I died as a result. Even if there was a dead end ahead of me, at least I tried my hardest. In general, I try to be optimistic. I could accept my life not lasting particularly long, but I wouldn't go easily. I'd struggle as much as possible. I'd already killed the hag. For that, there could be no other punishment than death. I knew my life would end soon. In other words, I was actually already dead.
A dead person has nothing to lose. That means I can only go on the offensive.
I clenched my fist tightly as I muttered. Even if I had to die, I couldn't die easily. This is my chance to avenge Satoshi-kun. Who did it, for what purpose, and why? I was going to investigate. I was going to question. I was going to expose. Yes, I was going to settle the score. I'd carry out the plan I came up with yesterday. I could hide the hag's death somehow. All I had to say is that she hadn't been feeling well since Watanagashi. I could do it all while pretending to be Mion. Just in case her friends at school became suspicious, I said maybe I'd start telling them I hadn't been feeling well either. In fact, I did feel groggy from my lack of sleep. When I became Mion, she would automatically disappear. I'd already told Kase that I snuck into the shrine storage, so I'd probably end up telling people that I was demoned away due to the curse of Oyashiro-sama. The last person I'd have to think about was the fourth one who'd snuck into the ritual storehouse, Keiichi Maebara.
Are we gonna go from worrying to see if Keiichi's alive to demoning him away ourselves?
Maybe. Maybe I can use him as bait to lure out the enemy. Sorry, Kei-chan, you're going to be my bait. I felt a little bad since I was starting to like him. With all that figured out, let's go to school. I'd gone to school as Mion before, so I knew how things worked. It went super great last time. It was almost time to leave the house.
Mi-chan. You're late.
Shion.
Ha! Ha! You waited. You should have just gone on ahead.
Hey, Mion?
Oh, now he looks normal.
Yeah. Your face is red. You're breathing heavily, too.
Mi-chan, are you not feeling well?
Rena put her hand on my forehead.
Rena, your hand is pretty cold.
I'm a cold-blooded killer. Mi-chan, you're a little bit warm.
It's no big deal. Give it half a day and I'll be fit as a fiddle.
Are you really okay? You don't have to push yourself, you know?
What's this? Kei-chan, are you worried about me? That's nice of you.
I'd always thought he was a goofball, so I was a little surprised. I thought they would tease me, but they didn't.
K-Chun?
I thought
Oh
it was
wait, is that
Rena.
K-Chun or Rena? Okay.
I thought it was Rena.
Okay.
I just think you shouldn't push yourself so hard. We can tell the teacher you had to take the day off.
I'm fine. I'm fine. I took some medicine. I think it's already working.
Okay, then let's go. Don't overdo it, but of course there's the time.
Wah! We need to run or we won't make it.
This morning got pretty thrilling. Maybe it's just what I need to shake off this sluggishness. Let's run.
President, if you would.
Ah. Everybody stand up. At attention.
I'd made the same mistake before. I never learn, do I? You really don't.
Do you think Mi-chan is doing okay? She doesn't look good. Oh, really? How unfortunate.
It was a good idea to make them believe I was sick. Even if I did things differently from Mion, I had an excuse. Well, you know, girls have those days when they just don't feel well.
What does that mean?
We'll tell you when you're older.
Ichi, what do you mean by that?
I'll be right back again.
It's a rural village. I don't know if they have sex education.
But I'm back.
Welcome back.
I don't have those days. Nippa. Mion's friends kept each other occupied and left me alone. Keiichi Maebara. He might suddenly disappear one day. I couldn't let that happen. That'd be like letting a fish take the bait and swim away while I was fast asleep with a fishing pole in my hands. I couldn't miss the moment the enemy took a bite out of Keiichi. I had to be very careful. But it was impossible to keep my eyes on him 24 hours a day. Spying on him at school like this wasn't good enough. Should I have him meet with Shion and let her explain that he's in danger? Maybe we could set up a strategy together. I didn't think Keiichi realized how serious a crime it was to step into the ritual storehouse. I hadn't, after all. Since last year, all the incidents that related to the curse had probably been investigated in secret. People involved with the three families would know about the incident from last night, but Keiichi shouldn't know anything. If he knew where he stood now, he'd be more cautious too. That should make him aware of his surroundings. Maybe he would notice if anything odd took place. The teacher caught him sleeping, so she ordered him out to go wash his face. He walked out into the hallway. I was sleepy too. I had to be alert, but I couldn't clear my mind due to my lack of sleep. I decided to go home early. Since I had been pretending to be sick since morning, my request was approved. As I exited the building, I saw Keiichi washing his face.
Alright, my mic was muted again.
I thought you'd be out here. It feels better outside, huh?
Mion? No cutting class now. It looked like it felt refreshing for him to wash his face with cold water. I washed my face too, but didn't feel as good as it looked. Mion, how's your cold doing? You're sleepy because of the medicine, not from lack of sleep, yeah?
Actually, this is a secret, but after the festival yesterday, I got wrapped up in the party my relatives were having. And, well, I had a bit.
Gulp. I pretended to drink with an invisible glass. Are you hungover? How old are you? Keiichi exaggerated his reaction, but he still seemed worried. Okay, later. I'm going back. Be careful on your way home. Don't wobble into a sewer or Brooke, got it? Keiichi turned around to go back to the classroom.
Oh, one more thing, Kei-chan.
I stopped Keiichi. He, in response, turned around. What's up?
This may sound weird, but don't think too hard about it.
Well, depends on what it is.
Last night, near the end of the festival, did you see Tomitake-san or Takano-san anywhere?
I noticed Keiichi's body tense up. His reaction proved that he felt guilty about sneaking into the ritual storehouse. He was frightened that Mion Sonozaki might know about it. I guess this was enough to give him a certain impression of Mion Sonozaki.
You know Tomitake-san and Takano-san, don't you? You remember, Kei-chan, when the four of you were talking during the setup the day before?
I could clearly see how dismayed Keiichi felt. He was trying to come up with an excuse. I can't remember. I might have seen them, or not. He was both a bad liar and a bad actor. He wasn't really that intelligent at all. Well, that'd make him a suitable friend for Mion. He was just a brat, unlike Satoshi-kun. Although, when it came to lying and acting, Satoshi-kun was about the same level. Maybe Keiichi should be credited for at least trying to tell a lie. Satoshi-kun wouldn't have even said a thing. I didn't need to be thinking about him right now.
A lie by omission is still a lie.
I see. Then, one more question. On the same night, did you see Shion?
This was a very mean question. Keiichi was perplexed, as I expected. Didn't you ask me that yesterday? I think I told you I wasn't sure if I had or not. I'd asked him that yesterday? He must have meant that Mio and Sonozaki asked him that question. In other words, she asked him that after he left the storehouse and got back together with his friends. Damn you, Mion. When I asked her, she said she had no idea we went to the ritual storehouse. Shit.
Did you? I guess I just thought I'd get a different answer if I asked again.
Why are you so intent on knowing if I did or not? He was getting defensive. Keiji couldn't hide his panic as he flared up at me.
It's not important. It's just that there are some people who are speaking poorly of Tomitake-san, Takano-san, Shion, and you, Kei-chan. I didn't really hear what they were saying, though.
Keiji was really perplexed now. This wasn't fun at all, but it could still be an interesting game.
I believe that you were doing something bad. I just wanted to ask a bit about it, so I did. Sorry for making you uncomfortable, okay?
I made sure Keiichi felt a sense of crisis, then left. Nobody can tell us apart. We're Mion and Shion, perfect twins. Page 186. I don't remember what the last page we had was. 180 something. When I returned to the Sonozaki house, I saw a woman with an apron on. It was a housekeeper. Her name was Shimiko-san. The hag had a few housekeepers who took care of the chores around the house.
Mion-chan, I'm glad you're here.
Hey, Shimiko-san, can I help you?
Today was her turn to come help out of the house. She'd arrived, but the gate was locked and she couldn't get in. She called, but there was no answer, so she had just been standing there, not knowing what to do.
Wait.
Shion.
Shion? Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Something must have happened to Granny at the festival. She's been in an evil mood ever since last night.
I see.
Shimiko-san tried to remember if she had done something wrong.
She isn't
Shit, I
ignoring.
fucked up.
She isn't ignoring you. She's just sleeping.
You don't even have a character portrait.
She was up until very late, so I bet she can't wake up yet. You know how she is, right? Once she gets into this mood, it'll take a long time for her to be happy again.
Yes, that's too bad.
I think it might be better that you don't show up for a while. Even if you don't mean to upset her, Granny might take it the wrong way. Just let me take care of it.
I see. Are you sure? I'm very grateful, though.
Sorry to make you do this, but could you let the other housekeepers know that they don't need to come for a while either? When Granny feels better, I'll give you a call. So let's just leave her alone for now.
Shimiko-san bowed, then left on her bicycle. Anyone who had ever experienced Granny's wrath would understand. I headed into Mion's room, set her alarm clock for 2 p.m., and crawled into her bed. I needed to recover quickly. I had to be sharp, calm, and cool-headed. School should be out by 2 p.m. Maybe I'd get in touch with Keiichi. I'd have to call him. There would also be a staff meeting at the Furure Shrine Assembly Hall in the evening. All the leaders of the 3 families, their relatives, and the town council members would gather at this meeting. They were all authority figures in Hinamizawa. I'd be attending in place of the hag, who was sick. I'd worry about the rest when I got there. People should notice that Mion and the hag were missing for a long time. I didn't need to worry as I had plenty of time. I checked the alarm once more, then fell asleep as if someone switched me off.
Hello.
Oh, wait, that might have been Keiji. Let's find out. I don't know.
This is Sonozaki. Well, the younger one. Hello. Do you have time to talk right now?
Oh yeah, it is Keiji. Shion? I thought you'd be sleeping in today with a hangover, same as Mion.
What? My sis had a hangover? That's so like her.
Keiichi had no idea that the Mion he saw earlier was actually me. He didn't notice when we talked in person, so there's no way he would notice on the phone. I never knew that playing two roles would be so much fun. To feel such enjoyment in this game of life or death, maybe I was getting used to this situation. Or maybe my senses had gone numb. Oops, sorry. My parents are waiting for an important call, so I can't talk for too long. What do you need?
There's something I wanted to talk about. But if we can't talk long, I guess that's that.
Then how about we meet in person? If you could show me where the library is too, that'd be great.
You mean the public library near the station? Yes, that's fine. I go past there on my way to work anyway.
We decided to meet in Okinomiya. It wasn't easy to get there from Hinamizawa, but I had to hurry. I couldn't run into Keiichi as he was heading there himself. I recalled that the key to the hag's motorcycle was in her secret drawer. The hag usually got driven around for public events, but when she had her own errand, she rode her motorcycle. Keiichi, I assumed, was going to ride his bicycle. I tried to get to Okinomiya before he did. Keiichi arrived quite a bit later than me. Motorcycles are faster, after all. And there were hardly any traffic lights to worry about on the way here, either. Wow, Mio never keeps her appointments. I mean, honestly.
Making my sister the standard for everything will get you in trouble.
Hmm? You're a little unsteady. You were drinking last night too, weren't you? Don't try to hide it. You definitely went home from school early.
Oh, too bad. I've been at home all day from the beginning. I'm smarter than my sis, after all.
Hey now. I don't think you can call playing hooky smarter.
You'd finish your errands first. We don't have that much time. We're going to the library, right?
Yeah, thanks. My mom had to return some books by today. Is the library far?
No, it's right nearby.
I meant it when I said we didn't have much time. I had to hurry a little. I was just going to talk to him on the phone, but I ended up coming all the way to Okinomiya. After our talk, Keiichi would slowly head back to the Hinamizawa on his bicycle. I'd have to rush back there to making sure I didn't run into him. Otherwise, I couldn't make it on time for the meeting. Maybe I could be a little late, but since I needed to hear everything they were going to discuss, I didn't want to be. This was the Shishibone Public Library. It was sizable, filled with a collection of moldy, smelly books. But they did have air conditioning, and it was quiet. It was the perfect place for when you wanted to be alone. After Satoshi-kun disappeared last year, I came here a lot to think about various things. This is where I first met Takano-san. I didn't want to run into her with Keiichi in tow, but then I remembered that she was already dead. The first floor of the building was occupied by government offices. The library itself was on the second floor, so we had to walk up a huge staircase to get there. I tasted cool air on my skin as soon as I walked through the automated door. Unlike outside, it was very quiet in here. The room temperature was both comfortable and suitable for books. I could smell the scent of old pages. All libraries smell the same. Keiichi walked up to the turntable after he said so. Because it was a weekday, there was hardly anyone around. It really was very quiet. I was going to chat about some ordinary things, and then move on to the main subject. After Keiichi returned the books, I invited him into the intersection of the library. Keiichi knew Mion well, but he didn't know me at all. He showed an interest in our life story. This is exactly where Takano-san told me about the true history of Hinamizawa a year ago. I was about to tell Keiichi about things that were very similar to that. Did God have a sense of irony? Now that you mention it, the toy store looked like it was managed by relatives as well. Does that mean that they operate Angel Mort too? I told him the reason why the Sonozaki family was so powerful in this area. I assumed that since Keiichi came from the city, there was a good chance he couldn't even begin to understand how one old family could literally control an entire area. Unless I explained to him how powerful the Sonozaki family was, he wouldn't understand what kind of danger he was barreling toward him.
The family is particularly strong in finance and real estate. Even a lot of members like Chamber of Commerce and Industry either have the last name Sonozaki or are their relatives. There are Sonozakis in the city council and the prefectural assembly too, since they have the Okinomiwa area giving them strong electoral support.
Wait a minute. This is all escalating pretty quickly. Your relatives operate shops in downtown Okinomiya, and they're especially strong in finance and real estate. On top of that, a lot of people in the Chamber of Commerce and Industry are relatives, and they're even some elected to local offices. Keiichi counted with his fingers. He was clearly surprised to hear all that about the Sonozaki family. It seemed he was flexible enough to accept even something that sounded outrageous to him. He was starting to understand things, although slowly. The way he viewed Shion Sonozaki was changing little by little, too. That should be enough background information. Now I could go on to explain about Mion Sonozaki, the successor. Then I changed the subject like Takano-san did with me. I'd go on to talk about the curse of Oyashiro-sama and the series of mysterious deaths. So then, the Sonozaki family, it's pretty famous in this area?
Oh my god. Yep. Crazy, isn't it?
A fat man with a cigarette suddenly cut into our conversation.
A cigarette in the library.
It's the 80s. Oishi? Why was he here?
Hello. Good afternoon. Are you on a date today? Ah, what I would get to be young again. If you thought we were on a date, then why are you bothering us? Oishi-san.
What timing. It couldn't be coincidence. I knew this man too well. He is crafty, sly, and clever. His presence here just can't be coincidence. Did he see us somewhere in town and follow us? But why? Did he need something from me, Keiichi, or perhaps the both of us? From what I could guess, I didn't think it was me that he wanted something from. It was almost like he was trying to keep Keiichi away from me. Oishi was aware I gave false testimony to protect Satoshi-kun last year. Maybe he didn't think he could talk to Keiichi if I was around. Why did Oishi need to talk to Keiichi? It must be about the incident from yesterday. I'm sure there were plenty of plainclothes officers at the festival, so they had to have seen who was last with the victims. In other words, Keiichi and me. But Oishi knew I was hard to deal with, and that was why he was focusing on Keiichi at present. Why did he have to show up at a time like this?
Maebara-san, right?
You're one tough guy. Two-timing the Sonozaki sisters, are you?
No, I'm not two-timing anyone. Keiichi looked at me, hoping for assistance. He blushed. The way he panicked reminded me of Satoshi-kun. That aside, this wasn't going well. Oishi might even start talking about my relationship with Satoshi-kun. I didn't want him to, nor did I want Keiichi to have any preconceptions. Oishi took a quick glance at me. His eyes told me something. He was purposefully not talking about the things I'd rather not talk about. He was basically telling me to leave or continue on to something that was worse than what they were currently talking about. He didn't use words, but his eyes clearly communicated that anyway. Damn that big fat weasel.
I'm sorry, Kei-chan.
That's, Chion.
I'm sorry, Kei-chan. I really do need to get to my job.
Huh? Oh, you do? I realized I wouldn't achieve anything like this, even if I stayed longer, so I used my part-time job as an excuse to leave. Oishi looked at me and grinned. Damn it. He won today, but I'll win next time. Wait, didn't you have something to talk about today, Chion? Yep, I'll see you later. Oh, sorry.
Yep, I'll see you later. Oh, I'll give you a call after I'm done. It'll be okay to call at night, right?
Yeah, probably okay.
Then I'll talk to you later tonight. Bye.
Bye.
Wow.
Whoa. The hag's motorcycle had become my primary means of transportation. My next stop was the staff meeting at the Furude Shrine's Assembly Hall. It was easy to imagine how a normal meeting would play out if it were just celebrating the end of Watanagashi. But today's staff meeting was likely going to be as strained as the Sonozaki family councils. Yes, the staff meeting was going to deal with the heart of Hinamizawa. I couldn't let my guard down even for a moment. I rested for a while at the house, then left for the meeting. I walked up the long stairs to the Furude Shrine. At the top, I saw some elderly men smoking in front of the hall. Since they had a minor fire a long time ago, it had been made into a non-smoking area. Is that Mion-chan? Oh, Kimiyoshi.
Is that Mion-chan?
I'm the head of the Kimiyoshi family. Uncle Kimiyoshi noticed me and waved. He must not have expected Mion to come along, or come alone. Normally it would have been either the hag by herself or Mion tagged along as an assistant.
Granny's been in a terrible mood since the incident last night. She's been staying in bed and won't even let me get near her.
They all understood how troublesome she was when she was when in a bad mood. They smiled bitterly in sympathy.
So, you're here as the Sonozaki family representative, then? Has Oreo-san told you anything?
Sort of.
What did he mean, has Oreo-san told you anything? That line by itself didn't really explain much. The staff meeting was usually led by the mayor, the head of the Kimiyoshi family. And he'd asked me, as the substitute for the Sonozaki family head, if I'd heard anything from her. And then I realized he was supposed to lead today's staff meeting.
No, Kimiyoshi-san. Do I really have to lead the meeting today?
According to the ranking order at the family councils, any substitute for the Sonozaki family head is above the Kimiyoshi family head. In other words, I'd have to lead today's meeting. There's no way I could do that.
Yeah, don't worry, I'll do it. You can just take a seat, Mion-chan. If there's something you've heard from Oryo-san, just let us know, okay?
Kimiyoshi-san, why don't we get started? Everyone's here now.
And the smokers put out their cigarettes and went back into the hall. The tables were set in a horseshoe shape, and I was told to sit next to the chair reserved for the chief. The seat opposite mine was empty. Considering its location, it was probably for the Furude family head, Rika Furude. But somebody had said earlier that everybody was already here. Either Rika-chama had called an absent, or the empty seat was just a formality. Knowing the subject of this meeting, I don't think that the Furude family head would even want to attend. Even if Rika-chama had already actually attended, she wouldn't be able to say anything. All she'd usually do at the Sonozaki family councils was draw pictures on a notepad. She'd probably end up drawing pictures in this meeting too. Besides, they probably didn't want her to hear anything unpleasant. In this way, the empty Furude family seat was easily explained. When everyone was seated, the head of the Women's Association served tea. She gave me an evil look, trying to tell me to help out. I got up and did so. After that, everyone felt quiet, and the secretary stood up.
Everyone, thank you for coming today on such a short notice, despite your busy schedules. Let's start with a few words from the mayor. Go ahead, please. Who's been the mayor this whole time?
Radium. Kimiyoshi.
Oh, yeah.
Bad. Hold on. Take your time, Mayor. He has such a way with words. Stretchy. It feels later than 9 o'clock.
It is, in fact, later than 9 o'clock.
Mm-hmm. Keep talking, Central Boy. Abba. Baba.
Abba.
Abba.
Please excuse me for staying seated. Ken-chan, you stay seated too. Thank you all for coming today. Also, you all did a great job at Watanagashi yesterday. The festival was a great success, as usual. There weren't any mishaps. Lots of villagers came, and I believe it went great on the whole. Let me see. How many people was it? According to the Imperial General Headquarters report, approximately 5,000 people showed up.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
Everyone laughed except me.
I hope we'll continue to work together to carry on this tradition. I appreciate your cooperation.
Clap, 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 clap.
Clap, 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 clap.
And applause with only 8 people doesn't sound so great.
Okay, let's move on to today's proceedings. Kimiyoshi-san will lead the meeting today. Or wait. Okay,
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, yeah, the fucking attendant or
Secretary.
whatever.
It's weird.
Okay, let's move on to today's proceedings. Kimiyoshi-san will lead the meeting today. Please applaud if you approve.
Clap, clap, clap,
Clap,
clap, clap.
clap, 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 clap. Thank you. Then, with your approval, Mayor Kimiyoshi will take over. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Ken-chan. Let's start now. Sorry, could you close those curtains?
Everyone closed the curtains nearest to them. The sun was still up, but with all the curtains closed, the room became very dark. The chief explained the details of the incident, as well as what went on with the police. A police vehicle discovered Tomitake-san's body on his way back to Okinomiya last night. Oishi's special curse unit was standing by, expecting something to happen for the 5th time, so they responded quickly. Since Tomitake-san and Takuno-san were rarely apart, Oishi got in touch with the neighboring prefectural police departments and asked them to look for her. As a result, they found a burned body of a woman in the mountains of the Gifu prefecture, and the body was then identified as Mio Takano. Considering the circumstances, the police ended up labeling the incident as the 5th of the ongoing series of mysterious deaths. When he finished, there was dead silence. I watched to see who would speak first. Nobody said a thing. Then, I noticed Kimiyoshi-san looking at me. This is where the head of the Sonozaki family would speak.
Mion-chan, has Oryo-san said anything about this whole thing?
Everyone looked in my direction. I was sure they could see the hag in me.
I'm Mion Sonozaki, acting head of the Sonozaki family. I'm here in place of Oryo, the current head. Thank you for having me.
I became Mion. I tried to become as cold and unfeeling as the Mion I witnessed a year ago. That cold version of Mion was inside of me. That was me. I was her.
Unfortunately, the curse of Oyashiro-sama has come to pass for the 5th time. This is deeply regretful.
Everyone was held captive by my words. I wasn't a little girl anymore. The hag was speaking through my mouth. They all heard me and trembled in fear.
Does anyone know why the curse happened again this year?
After my question, everyone whispered to each other.
I will tell you. It was because they broke the rule of the ritual storehouse and desecrated the sacred ground within.
How dare they?
How? Yeah.
A few elderly men got up and yelled.
The fools!
Now you gotta say the rest in unison.
I can't believe this.
They deserve to be killed.
Oh, Yoshiro-sama, please calm your anger.
Oh my, how did that happen? Oh, Yoshiro-sama.
This is why we hate outsiders.
They just don't think. They're just too stupid.
Don't think. They got what they deserved. It was their own fault. The angry old men yelled even as they trembled in fear. Their sudden change scared me more than a little. Even Uncle Kimiyoshi, who was usually so gentle and sweet, became like a demon of war, cursing those who broke the rule of the ritual storehouse. It had become like a raging ocean inside the assembly hall. Their yells spun about like a whirlpool. They roared, crashed, and howled. Even while doing nothing but watch, I could feel myself turning pale. Mion threatened me yesterday, and Kasai had been shocked this morning. What I saw before me was similar to that. Even the sweet and gentle Uncle Kimiyoshi was saying they deserved to die. I was fearful of the sudden change in those elderly men. More than anything, the fact that they all believed in those people deserved to die for trespassing was what terrified me. It wasn't just that, of course. The real thing I was scared of was that I was one of the people they wanted dead. In other words, it was almost like they were telling me to die of the curse. If they were to find out I snuck into the ritual storehouse, it was very possible that they would strangle me on the spot. Actually, they might not kill me that easily. By then, I was certain. The people in this room were true believers in Oyashiro-sama, just like the hag. They wouldn't hesitate to murder whoever made Oyashiro-sama angry on his behalf. Even if they didn't carry out the killing themselves, they would pretend they didn't see anything. Yet, not even if my head was cut off right in front of them. Everyone here would act in collusion and say that I never intended today. If they all testified that they waited and I didn't show, I'd be demoned away. It'd be far too easy for them to erase someone and have them disappear. There's no mistake. The people linking the hag and the curse were definitely here at this meeting. I continued speaking. I was Mion Sonozaki. I was on the side responsible for the curse. Therefore, at that moment, I didn't need to worry about anything. Nobody could tell the difference between Mion and me. That was what would keep me safe.
Please. Oh, I'm sorry. Please be silent.
Hey, quiet down. Oh.
No, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Oh, let's see. Hey, quiet down!
Uncle Kimiyoshi helped me to quiet everyone, but his tone was violent. He really scared me. Everyone gradually became silent. In fact, it was...
In fact... Nope. Come on. In fact, it was 4 people who snuck into the storehouse. 2 more remain.
People once more became restless upon hearing that, but Uncle Kimiyoshi yelled at them again and they settled down.
Everybody, shut the fuck up.
Momitake-san and Takano-san were old enough to be made responsible for their own poor judgment. As a result, the curse of Oyashiro-sama fell upon them immediately, but the other 2 were simply children. The curse has yet to fall upon them, but there will be some kind of punishment.
Everyone stayed quiet that time. They had all turned genuinely pale, trying not to miss a word I said. After all, they were all thinking that the kids I mentioned could be their own relatives, or even grandchildren. They wanted to know who they were to put their minds at ease.
The other 2 who snuck into the ritual storehouse were Shion Sonozaki and Keiichi Maebara.
I could feel the air getting drier. It was so dry I almost felt like it was going to start making a crackling noise.
Is this me?
I think so.
Shion Sonozaki has already...
I couldn't even hear the old people breathe. I took a peek at Uncle Kimiyoshi, who was sitting next to me. He had adored Shion as if she were his own granddaughter, but she had been demoned away. I wanted to see how distressed and sad he looked. And when I saw his face, I felt a sensation on my own back, or on my back as if my skin itself was making a crackling noise. He didn't even have an expression on his face. Uncle Kimiyoshi adored me. I loved him and I thought he loved me too. That was why I expected him to be saddened after learning that I met with such a cruel fate. What was I thinking? The memory of his warm smile shattered inside of me. There was no way of describing the fear I experienced in that moment, in mere words. He had suddenly changed into someone I didn't even recognize. Uncle Kimiyoshi noticed me looking at him and spoke.
Babe.
What about Keiichi Maebara?
Not yet.
I had to take a deep breath to regain my composure.
All 4 who snuck into the ritual storehouse will suffer the curse of Oyashiro-sama. Keiichi Maebara is no exception.
Chilling looks, cruel looks, emotionless looks, shrewd looks, and the looks of people who were about to snap. I could feel the demons chewing my words while they stared at me with their sharp eyes. I could see some of them sticking their snake-like tongues in and out. I could see the flames in some of their eyes. They were memorizing the names of the intruder the curse had yet to fall upon. And so the meeting went on. They were told not to tell the police too much, to report what they asked us, and to hold another meeting whenever something of significance happened. If something unexpected took place, we were to get in touch with either the head of the Kimiyoshi family or the head of the Sonozaki family for instructions on what to do. With those closing remarks, the meeting was over. It was already getting dark outside. Being in a valley surrounded by mountains, once the sun went down in Hinamizawa, it got dark quickly. Even if it was hot during the day, it cooled down quickly at night. The elderly people said goodbye to each other and left on their bicycles, on their motorcycles, or in their cars. Uncle Kimiyoshi waved them goodbye and started to head home himself. I called out to him.
Kimiyoshi-san, do you have plans after this?
I called him Kimiyoshi-san instead of Uncle Kimiyoshi. He stopped.
No, I don't have anything planned.
Can you stop by my house?
Does Oryu-san want to see me?
Yes. She wants to talk to you about something in person.
Okay. I'll stop by.
Uncle Kimiyoshi arrived at the Sonozaki house. He often came to the house to have secret meetings with the hag, so he wasn't suspicious at all. I invited Uncle Kimiyoshi into the living room. I served him a cup of tea and told him I was going to fetch the hag. I left the room and killed some time down the hallway.
Granny will be here after she gets dressed. She might take a little while.
Oh, that's okay. I'll just wait.
Uncle Kimiyoshi relaxed as he sipped on his cup of tea. I sat next to him.
I think she wants to talk to you about Shion.
I mentioned my name and watched for his reaction. Uncle Kimiyoshi looked so grim. I couldn't even tell if he heard me. I decided to continue speaking until he reacted in some way.
You remember the incident from last year with Shion, yes? She became friendly with people of the Hojo family.
She was forgiven after ripping her nails out, wasn't she?
Yes. 3 nails.
Uncle Kimiyoshi folded his arms and thought for a while.
Where is Shion-chan now?
In the basement.
How is she doing?
Uncle Kimiyoshi sounded worried. When I heard that, I felt relieved that Uncle Kimiyoshi was on my side.
Okay, so wait, hold on.
Mm-hmm.
So, is this confirmation that Oyashiro-sama's curse is being carried out by humans?
At the very least, they seem to think it is.
I mean, because Kimiyoshi was told that Shion was demoned away, but then he comes in here and knowingly asks, "Where is she?" and is not surprised when he is told that she's in the basement. Okay.
Hmm.
I mean, we still have the weird footsteps, obviously.
Yeah.
You know, for the most part, there is some human interaction happening. Okay.
His anger in the assembly hall was just an act.
She has been crying.
Mion-chan. Tell me, what is it Oryo-san is going to do with Shion-chan?
She hasn't told me any details. As you know, Granny becomes awfully quiet when she is truly furious.
Going into the ritual storehouse, huh? Furthermore, it's her own granddaughter. That's a tough decision to make.
Uncle Kimiyoshi thought that the hag must be unsure of what to do with Shion.
What do you think? What do you think will happen to Shion?
Oh, she dead. Well, I'm sure it'll be far more than just 3 nails this time. Oh, she dead. In this hypothetical scenario, you know. Knowing how Oryo-san is, she won't just hold back because it's her granddaughter. You see that shit last year?
That was crazy.
I mean, you should know. You literally did it. Actually, she might even be more harsh, especially because they're related.
Yes, she did go into the ritual storehouse.
The ritual storehouse.
That's not something
Storehouse
that can be
for
forgiven so
storing
easily.
ritual implements.
That damn conflict.
Wait,
We interrupted you.
Did I say? Did I not say
you
that?
already read it. You already read it. Indeed. It's sacred after all.
But in a way, maybe it's not fair to Shion. She has been away from Hinamizawa, as you know. I'm sure she knew she wasn't supposed to trespass in the ritual storehouse. But maybe she didn't know how forbidden it was.
Yeah, that's true. Poor Shion.
Other than the tattoo on my back. How would you tell the difference between Shion and me? There isn't one. What's the sudden change in topic? There's
Don't
no
worry
point in
about it.
distinguishing between Mion and Shion in the first place.
Twins are proof of bad luck. One should be eliminated as soon as they are born. Such is the family precept. The hag actually put her hands around my neck right after I came out of the womb. That's how the story went, at least. In the end, the hag didn't kill me, but instead pretended I didn't exist. She forced herself to call one of us Mion and the other Shion. She adored Mion and hated Shion. My sister and I never truly understood why we had to go through that. We didn't care who was Mion or Shion. So one day, we came up with an idea. We decided to share the joy Mion experienced and the sadness Shion experienced. We often switched places. We were both
Shion's been
Mion.
Mion this entire time.
Maybe. And at the same time, we were both Shion. Adults around us tried to put different clothes on us or style our hair differently so they could tell us apart. And that was nonsense. No matter what they did to us, all we had to do was switch places and nobody could tell us apart. Finally, they decided that we switched places because we were always together. On that day, Shion got to go to an amusement park. Since then, we've been separated.
Mio-chan.
I can't even imagine what will happen to Shion. Whatever it is Granny decides to do, I'm not in a position to say anything about it. She doesn't listen to her relatives.
You're right. That's something Oreo-san needs to work on.
If Shion wasn't Shion Sonozaki, she would have been dead a long time ago. I can't even begin to imagine what kind of punishment might be equal to death. She'll probably never see the light of day again. Oh, sorry. In other words, she'll be demoned away.
Mio-chan. Does Shion-chan regret what she's done?
Yes.
In response, Uncle Kimiyoshi tapped my shoulder and then slapped his own chest. He smiled reliably.
Don't worry. If Shion-chan feels bad about what she's done, she won't be demoned. Leave it to me.
Really?
I'm sure Oreo-san will be furious to hear me say anything. But I won't give up. I'll explain to her that Shion-chan regrets what she's done, and I'll beg her for forgiveness.
Yeah, about that. Tears began to fall from my eyes. I knew it. Uncle Kimiyoshi was my ally after all. He said he would forgive Shion. He was my ally. I was so very happy.
Are you sure? Are you sure she won't be demoned away like Satoshi Hojo-kun was last year?
Uncle Kimiyoshi smiled reliably again and told me.
He was a brat of the Hojo family. This is Shion-chan of the Sonozaki family we're talking about here. Of course she'll be forgiven.
Probably shouldn't have said that. Huh?
Huh?
Oh.
A brat of the Hojo family? Are you talking about Satoshi-kun? Last year's victim?
Those Hojo people. They were traitors who tried to sell out the whole village. Of course he got demoned away. He was a Hojo after all.
Huh?
The Hojo people should all be cursed. Only people like them get demoned away. Shion-chan will be okay. It won't happen to someone like her.
Uncle, didn't Shion take care of that Satoshi-kun last year? Wasn't he supposed to be forgiven?
Take care of that. What do you mean?
Remember? 3 nails. She removed 3 of her nails. Kasai, Uncle Yoshiro, and Satoshi-kun. 3 people. She removed 3 nails for 3 people.
Eh? So that was why it was 3 nails, huh?
Huh? What?
Wasn't the significance of those 3 nails?
Yeah, you're right. There were 3 people involved, hence the 3 nails. I heard that too. But
But what?
Kasai-san, Yoshiro-san, and Shion-chan. That makes 3.
What? Eh? What? Huh? What? I endured excruciating pain. The first one was my left pinky, then the ring finger, and then the middle finger. People held me down so I couldn't move, but I endured. I had to endure 3 nails. I didn't know which nail was for Satoshi-kun. If my middle finger was for Satoshi-kun, I'd have to endure it until the middle finger was done so that Satoshi-kun would be forgiven. That was why I endured. Even Mion said afterwards, everything was forgiven. Huh? 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 Mion, didn't you say Satoshi-kun was forgiven? Didn't you? That's what I heard. That's what I think that's what I heard. I don't know if she did, but I don't have the receipts. Or did I? Eh?
I mean, we do have the receipts.
We do, but we have to go back to find them. Eh? Huh? I felt the air move. And there shouldn't have been a breeze in that room, but I felt it anyway. The cool air stroked the back of my neck. That was when my true self stood up right behind me and nodded.
She's going sicko mode.
Yes. Yes. Although there was no wind, my hair billowed. The burning wickedness buried deep inside my eyes became visible. Shion, I think.
Is it okay? Why do you think Satoshi Hojo-kun got demoned away?
Eh? Satoshi-kun's
Oh,
parents did in fact try to sell
Yeah.
out. Oh wait.
Yeah. This is Shion.
Okay, yeah.
Satoshi-kun's parents did in fact try to sell out the village. They deserved the curse of Oyashiro-sama. But Satoshi-kun was simply their son. What has he done?
Mion-chan.
I'm asking you what kind of crime Satoshi-kun committed. You said earlier that he deserved to be demoned away because he was born of the Hojo family. What has he deserved? Earlier you said he deserved to be demoned away because he was born of the Hojo family. What has he done to deserve being demoned away? I'm sorry.
Kimiyoshi didn't know what to say to the sudden question. He seemed dismayed.
I didn't hear her say it, but I know. It was Oryo Sonozaki's decision. She decided that the curse of Oyashiro-sama would fall upon all of the Hojos.
Well, you fucking missed one.
Oh wait.
I'm still here.
Oh, wait, that was Shion. In that first
Oh,
line.
do you want to address the raid?
Oh, hello. I didn't hear
Hi,
a notification.
Raiders.
Did Sammy?
Hi.
Is Sammy not connected, or Stream Elements probably isn't working. Hello, Raiders. Welcome on in. What were you up to, Barafu? Plus, playing some VR chat. Oh, were you just chatting or world hopping? Let me know. I hope you had a good time. Obviously, if you need to like decompress after VR and actually like get off of VR in the first place, go ahead and do that. Welcome on in, Raiders. We're playing Higurashi. It's a horror mystery visual novel. Our main character is going a little crazy right now. It's okay though, you know. Her
She's
crush
going sicko
got disappeared, and
Probably dead.
yeah.
They unalived him.
And, you know, someone she thought she trusts said he deserved it, so she's a little bit angry about it. Sega Genesis chiptunes? Ooh, heck yeah. But yes, it was Shion with the first line.
Still hunts you.
Okay. Well, wait. Mion-chan. That's not true.
Didn't she decide that?
No, she didn't. The curse of Oyashiro-sama falling upon the Hojo family.
Was actually Mion's decision.
I do remember talking about something like that. But we never decided that. Nobody did.
Then why did you say because he was one of the Hojos earlier?
Sorry, Mion-chan. That was... You know, I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry.
That's just it. Anything that happens to the Hojo family is the curse. As long as someone has the Hojo name, nobody cares about what happens to that person. That idea was spread like a virus amongst the villagers. It didn't matter if Satoshi-kun did anything or not because he was a Hojo. He was filthy. That infection of an idea is the entire problem. And you all believed in that idea. You couldn't even think straight anymore. I can't forgive you. I can't let someone like you exist. People like you cornered Satoshi-kun and his family. Poor Satoshi-kun. What has he done? He hasn't done anything. He was a Hojo, that's all. What kind of crime is that? Why did the curse fall on him? What kind of crime has he committed?
Well, Kimiyoshi's upper body went backward and fell upon the floor. That was that. I put my stun gun back in my pocket. Oh, Keiichi, I think. Sorry, Shion. What was that you just said?
Apparently, Takano-san and Tomitake-san died last night. Takano-san was found burned to death. Tomitake-san was... well, it looked like suicide. I found out this morning. I heard my father talking to a relative on the phone about it.
As I thought, Keiichi didn't know anything about what happened after the festival last night.
Of course, it's not getting reported by the media. That's how it was in the past, too.
Keiichi insisted that unless he heard about it on the news, it couldn't be real. But the investigations of the series of mysterious deaths are done in secret now. Of course, he didn't hear about it on the news.
I hear the mayor and several important politicians from the Sonosaki family put all the pressure they could on the police.
Then you mean their deaths are going to be dealt with in total secrecy?
That's how it is. Of course, the police are still investigating. That's being performed in secret too, though. So I hear the investigation itself is very restricted in what it can and can't do. You could essentially say they're interfering with a police investigation.
I can't believe this. People died, and yet they're dealing with everything in secret?
If we break it down further, it means that no matter who dies on the night of Watanagashi, it won't go public. So it's a great time to go murder someone.
Mm-hmm. That's the biggest pile of bullshit I've ever heard.
Get ready for the purge.
Hey, John. Remember how I said before that villagers couldn't be the ones carrying out Oyashiro-sama's curse? That's what I mean. At some point, a tradition was created here in Hinamizawa, where every year you're allowed to kill someone on the night of Watanagashi. That's kind of a stretch.
That
or
is
just a
literally the
bull-faced lie.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if the guy who claimed to do it last year did do it, then it has happened at least once. Yes. And that's the truth about the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa, also known as Oyashiro-sama's curse. On the day of Watanagashi, 2 people will be killed. The perpetrators are using the curse of Oyashiro-sama as an excuse to kill one victim and make another disappear. That's why the curse of Oyashiro-sama takes place. And that's what happens in Hinamizawa, and that's what happens with the curse. What Kimiyoshi said is all true. Infecting everyone with the idea that the enemy from the damn conflict deserved to die was the root of all of this. That was the system of vague commands used in the Sonozaki family, created by its head, Oryo. One thing that must be mentioned about that command system is that the person giving the orders and the one executing them didn't need to interact in any way. Though Oryo was the commander, she never gave actual orders. She only had to expect something to happen. Every single one of the family council members around her would want to satisfy that expectation if given the chance. They didn't have to be proactive about satisfying it. They could be passive too. But when the chance arose, anyone who knew Orio's intentions could potentially become the one to execute her orders. Therefore, Oryo would never know who actually executed her order, and none of the relatives knew it either. But they all knew things would conclude just as Oryo wanted, and they could assume it was one of their own who did it for her. This passive support system was thoroughly effective, and it spread all over the village. Its ties became even tighter after the dam conflict.
Damn.
That damn conflict.
Anyone could be the one to execute Orio's orders. Therefore, everyone supported each other. If someone did something, then the others would try to satisfy Orio's expectation in different ways. For example, they'd come up with false evidence or otherwise passively interfere with an investigation. Even if they didn't know exactly who they were protecting, they'd still work together to protect whoever it was. Yes, I had finally figured out how it all worked. Phrased in a more organized manner, it would go as follows. The system of killing 2 people who were unwanted by the village each year required 3 elements. The first element was a region of solidarity. It was created during the long and unique history of Hinamizawa. The villagers' bonds became even tighter during the dam conflict. That was one of the conditions for the place to have a curse. It was an element that was already in the region, not one that could be created. The next element was having the same moral standards. This was a very important element, as the curse wouldn't have happened without it. Also, this element was created by Oryo Sonozaki herself, and that was why she could claim that this system was established by her own will. Having the same moral standards means that everyone everywhere acknowledges the same enemy. Even when everyone in the village joined together, it would be meaningless if they all didn't know exactly who the enemy was. During the dam conflict, Oryo made
That damn
Sonozaki
conflict.
made the identity of the enemy very clear to everyone. They couldn't just say that they were against the dam construction if the government was their enemy.
That damn construction. Sorry, I'll stop.
That wasn't clear enough. The government didn't really pinpoint who the enemy was, but Oryo made enemies out of the construction site itself, and therefore its manager. She chose targets that the villagers could see with their own eyes. They were clear and easy to understand. The villagers acknowledged that everyone at the dam construction site was their enemy. That construction site manager was the enemy of the commander. Using the same method, she labeled one after another as an enemy of the village, practically cataloging a list of enemies to print into the villagers' minds. Okay, I used up all my snoozes, so there's gonna be an ad soon, unfortunately. Even though we're like right at the end of this chapter.
Let's go. You have 5 minutes.
At least, I'm pretty sure. It feels like it's building up to the end. Earlier, I'd used the term infecting for this phenomenon. Those infected by this idea were the people unconsciously giving the orders to commit murder. When the infection spread across the village, when all the Hinamizawa residents acknowledged the same enemy, that's when Hinamizawa itself became a murderer. Oryo combined those two elements, a solidary region, and having the same moral standards, then selected the enemy and spread that notion throughout the village. The law would normally have punished both the one who committed the crime and the one who gave the order, but Oryo's system didn't require any order at all. Oh, there's the ad.
Rip.
Rip. Yeah.
Rip.
No, that wasn't my last news. They were already all gone. It's fine, though. That means we have half an hour to get through the rest of it. Oh yeah. Did you guys?
I love the sound of jets.
Did you guys hear that they're supposed to be adding Doppler effect to VR chat?
That's interesting. Why would they do that?
I don't know.
What do you mean? Describe what you mean when you say Doppler effect. How
So
does that work in VR chat?
I assume it works like real life. So like when you are approaching somebody, your voice will speed up, and when you're going farther away, it'll slow down. So you'll get slightly faster.
Why
and
does that
hotter.
matter? There's already like a 3-second delay.
I don't know. But it'll be very funny for somebody to just like pass by and they sound like a chipmunk or something. Yeah, I have no idea what purpose it would actually serve inside VR chat, so I don't know why they're adding it.
Why can't they add any of the other things I've been asking for?
Not important. But Orio's system didn't require any order at all. Oreo had just become concerned about the enemy she had pre-selected. But that alone wouldn't cause the curse to take place. Orio's concern was like a safety device, and even when the safety device was off, the curse wouldn't occur unless there was a finger to pull the trigger. The last necessary element was to set a date for the execution, the night of Watanagashi. The night to venerate Oyashiro-sama, the guardian deity of Hinamizawa. On that night, the curse of Oyashiro-sama falls upon two enemies of the village and they disappear. Everyone in the village acknowledged that as a fact. In other words, if the same incident took place on any of the other 364 nights of the year, it'd be nothing other than a murder case. But if it happened on the night of Watanagashi, then it would be transformed into the curse of Oyashiro-sama. The idea that the villagers are allowed to kill their enemies on the night of Watanagashi had infected them. The villagers were the cells of this huge creature called Hinamizawa, and each cell would be taught who the enemy was. The set date was basically a green light for whoever was in the best position to kill the enemy. That was the truth of the curse of Oyashiro-sama. Therefore, the one who actually killed Satoshi-kun isn't my enemy. The one who set up this murderous system, and the one who named Satoshi-kun's family as the enemy is my enemy. To use a broader definition, Hinamizawa itself, and the very system of Yoshiro-sama's curse, is my enemy. I already killed the hag, the one who designed the system. Kimiyoshi, the one whose job it was to infect the villagers with the system, was already in my hands. I just had to find out who else was involved and how much. It was like pulling a weed while being careful not to break its roots. I announced that Keiichi Maebara was one of the people who snuck into the shrine storage. I was certain that the fact had already spread throughout the underside of the village. In other words, Keiichi Maebara was an object of the curse of Oyashiro-sama now. Takano-san and Tomitake-san were found dead, having been killed in gruesome ways. That was the curse of Oyashiro-sama. In other words, they could demon away 2 more people as sacrifices to calm the anger of Oyashiro-sama. The set date for the curse was already over, but just like what happened to Satoshi-kun, demoning away was allowed a little extra time. Something would happen to Keiichi Maebara within a few days. I'd wait patiently, careful not to let my enemies simply take Keiichi Maebara, my bait. Keiichi had been yelling on the other end of the phone for some time. He kept yelling that he didn't want to go into the ritual storehouse to begin with. He claimed that he was simply invited by Takano-san and me. He shouldn't be in danger because of that, he said. He was feeling a sense of crisis and tension. This was going to work. The livelier the bait, the easier it is to spot. Why the hell did you do that? I didn't have anything to do with this. What will you do? What are you going to do, damn it? How are you going to take responsibility for this? Huh? Hey, are you listening? Shut up. I've heard enough of your pitiful tears. I hung up the phone. There was no point in talking to him when he got like that. Besides, I've already achieved my goal, which was to make him realize the danger awaiting him. I took a deep breath, then called the house of the village chief.
Hello, Kimiyoshi residents.
This is Sonozaki. So, did you find the mayor?
Sorry, I heard the gulls again.
Nah, they're still looking for that ocean.
Oh, it's you, Mion-chan. We've been calling everyone, but no luck. We can't find him. I don't know who else to call. Ghostbusters. I wonder where he is.
We called a few places too, but nothing. I talked to Granny, and she says we should have the youth group look for him.
The children shall find him.
Mm-hmm. It's fine, they don't need to go to school.
At this time of day? Besides, we aren't even sure if he's actually missing.
It's right after Watanagashi. She just thinks we should be cautious. If the youth group can't find him, then we should call the police first thing in the morning. We'd rather not get the police involved unless we really have to, though.
Did Oryo-san say that?
Yes. If you don't believe me, I'll have her get on the phone.
No. I understand. Okay, we'll gather the youth group and look for him. If they can't find him, we'll call the police in the morning.
Please call the leader of the please call the leader of the youth group then. I'll be right over in Granny's place.
Thank you. I'll get everyone together right away.
Okay. See you later.
The youth group had gathered at the Furude shrine. They were trying to go to they're going to try to find the mayor. I also had to go in the absence of the hag. Just to be mean, I stopped by the underground torture room to let the mayor know I was headed to the Furude shrine to search for him. Incidentally, according to the tab on the keychain, this underground torture room was actually called the Underground Storehouse for Ritual Implements. This was the man who was yelling that whoever trespasses on the ritual storehouse should be killed. Although it was an underground ritual storehouse, he was there now, atoning for what he had done. It was pretty ironic. Maybe I was the only one who felt that way, though.
How are you doing, Uncle Kimiyoshi?
Clink. Kimiyoshi didn't say a word, but me made a noise with the chain.
Everyone is making such a fuss because they can't find you. Your family called me, so I suggested they gather the youth group to look for you. I'm heading over there now.
Was this mean or what? Kimiyoshi could only make noise with the chain. He couldn't even express any emotion other than anguish.
Is the chain too short? Why don't I make it longer every time you give me an answer to a question? If it's even a little longer, you'll feel better.
Kimiyoshi's hands were tied behind his back with a tight wire. He was wearing a leather collar with a chain, which was strapped tightly around his neck too. The collar's chain was on a pulley attached to the ceiling, with the chain pulling him up toward it. That chain was very short and pulled very tight. Kimiyoshi had to stand on his tiptoes to be able to breathe. He had been like that for almost an hour already.
Has she been has Mion actually been fed within the past day? She doing okay over there?
Good question. I'm gonna guess
Remains to be seen.
probably, but maybe not. He'd been like that for almost an hour already. He was already exhausted. If I left him overnight, he'd probably end up hanging himself.
You told me earlier that you didn't know. But I'll ask you one more time. Please tell me anything you know about Satoshi Hojo-kun. Oh, sorry. You can't even talk, can you? I'll loosen the chain a little while we chat then.
I turned the pulley just a little to loosen the chain that was pulling on Kimiyoshi's neck. Kimiyoshi's heels finally touched the ground, relieving the pressure on his muscles.
I really don't know, Shion-chan. I really don't.
Don't you even know if he's dead or alive?
I really don't know anything.
Well, I guess that's how the curse system. I guess that's how the curse system of Hinamizawa works. It's possible you really don't know anything. Okay, then I'll change the question. I would like you to tell me what you think has happened to Satoshi-kun. Is Satoshi-kun dead or alive?
Kimiyoshi didn't know what to say. If he said he didn't know, I'd tighten the chain and leave the room. That would be like a death sentence for him. But all I said was that I wanted him to speak as the head of the Kimiyoshi family. I didn't ask him to tell the truth. But he didn't know what to say to avoid souring my mood, and to get me to loosen the chains around him. He was obviously trying to figure out how to make me extend the chain.
I've heard a rumor that you may be alive.
Ah, about him going to Tokyo on a bullet train, right?
The police. They've seen him in Tokyo. Or something like that.
Oishi had told me that Satoshi-kun had been witnessed getting on a bullet train headed to Tokyo at Nagoya Station. But the police didn't know if that really happened or what it became of Satoshi-kun after that. Therefore, this was simply a random assertion of Kimiyoshi's. Assertion of Kimiyoshi's.
Hey, head of the Kimiyoshi family. What would be the point of letting one of the cursed family members live after going through the trouble of making him disappear? I don't think there's any reason for that. Besides, who gave you this information? I was in close contact with Oishi for a while, but he never mentioned it to me. Uncle? If you're just saying that to make me happy, it's not going to work. You know that, don't you?
I reached for the pulley controlling the chains around Kimiyoshi, and that act alone sent him panicking as he feared them tightening once more.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's fine.
Sorry. I'm not trying to make you angry, Shion-chan. I'm sorry.
I don't have time for this. I'm simply asking you to help me look for Satoshi-kun, that's all.
I know. I know that. I'll answer you.
I took my hand off the pulley. Seeing that, Kimiyoshi began making loud groaning noises to try and show me he was thinking hard.
Be frank with me. Do you think he is alive? Or dead?
I think you shouldn't think he's alive.
That figures. There was no point in letting him live, right? I agree with you.
I really didn't mean anything too deep by it, but what I said truly scared Kimiyoshi.
The police think he ran, using the money he saved to buy Satoko's birthday present, because he was the main suspect in his aunt's murder. What do you think about that?
Well, I heard that the culprit was some kind of drug addict.
What do you think about that? I... Maybe I shouldn't say this, but I believe Satoshi-kun is the culprit. The drug addict was probably a decoy the hag arranged.
I've suspected as much. That guy appeared out of nowhere. I didn't understand it at the time.
So, he was a decoy.
I'm pretty sure.
Why do you think that, though?
The police. The police were investigating the case, and Satoshi-kun was their primary suspect. Wasn't he? If he was gonna be doomed away, she didn't want the police to continue the investigation. I guess.
What Kimiyoshi just said is very interesting.
Also doesn't make sense.
Mm,
If he was gonna be demoned away, he was still gonna go missing. The police would still need to investigate.
Don't worry about it. He's perfectly correct. If the police continued their investigation, it would complicate things for whoever demoned away Satoshi-kun. Therefore, the hag came up with a decoy in order to bring an end to the investigation. I guess they mean that if somebody else confessed to the murder, then they just assume that Satoshi ran away from home rather than running away because he committed a murder.
Okay. But fabricating a suspect can't be that easy. Don't you agree?
Oh, okay. For some reason I didn't see the quote at the beginning. I thought this was just like a random like narration line. The only person who can do things like that is Oryo-san.
I knew the hag was very powerful in the underside of Hinamizawa. But I never knew she was that powerful.
I'm sure you've heard quite a few rumors during the damn conflict. That damn conflict.
We're so back.
Didn't you also hear things directly?
During the damn protests, I actually saw them issuing orders to my relatives.
That damn protest.
Like, destroy their heavy machinery. Or can we set up a checkpoint to blockade their construction vehicles? They set free their comrades from the police by coming up with alibis, destroying or forging evidence. I had seen relatives do those things, as well as the hag calling in counselors to the house to protest. As a child, I was pretty impressed. But when I thought back, it was more than that. She was truly the mastermind who controlled the underside of the world.
You've heard about the kidnapping case of the grandson of the Minister of Construction, right?
I think it's,
Yep,
Kimiyoshi.
I would agree.
You've heard about the kidnapping case of the grandson of the Minister of Construction, right?
So it was really a kidnapping, huh? I heard the grandson was demoned away and then found in the middle of the mountains in Takatsudo or Yaguchi.
That was at Oryo-san's command. The minister promised to stop the damn construction. That damn construction. And the grandson was released. All the top people in the ex-Guardians know that.
I guess I was right in the middle of it when it was happening. But I didn't notice.
Smack dab.
The hag, the three families, the ex-Guardians are truly magnificent, huh? How terrifying.
Kimiyoshi finally realized the situation he was in, and he was answering my questions. That made me happy, but the more Kimiyoshi told me the truth, the more I realized Satoshi-kun really was dead. That made me very sad.
Who actually demoned away Satoshi-kun?
I don't know. We were never to ask who actually executed Oryo-san's orders.
He was right. That was how the system worked. And so, that was a bad question.
Whoever it was did a great job. Because his body hasn't been found. That's not easy.
Putting aside... Oh, wait, no, I think that first one might have been me.
Oh
No.
my
No, I
god,
think it's
please. No, I was right.
Huh?
Because you say Oreo-san and I say Granny. Or Hag.
Putting aside who actually killed him. It just seems weird for someone that's chained up to be saying
Yeah.
putting aside. I don't know why. That feels weird. Contextually. Putting aside who actually killed him. It is possible Oreo-san has helped to get rid of the body. You know about the well further down from here. The one used to dump bodies. Don't you?
Yeah, I do. It's a lot safer to dump a body in the well than to bury it somewhere in the mountains.
Yeah, who would ever do that?
Who would ever do that?
Imagine.
It's fine. Whoever disappears becomes a sacrifice to calm the anger of Oyashiro-sama. And that was the rule of this game. Therefore, the bodies must never be discovered. That's why the bodies had to be dumped somewhere nobody could find them. It's very possible that the well was used for that. Then Satoshi-kun is at the bottom of that well.
Well, one way to find out.
Yep. Let's find out. I grabbed a flashlight and headed to the huge cave with all its cells. As I turned on the lights in the cave, Mion noticed me and gave me a worried look. I ignored her and headed to the cell in the back. I was still very impressed by how the well was hidden. It was almost artistic. I shone the flashlight at the bottom of the well. I had no way of knowing how deep the well was. The light of the flashlight wasn't strong enough to reach the bottom.
It's also been a year.
I inhaled, then screamed into the well.
I'm sorry, does she think he's gonna respond?
It's fine.
After
He can
a
survive on his
Satoshi-kun!
own, right?
Yeah.
Satoshi-kun!
Satoshi-kun's name echoed again and again. It was obviously a very deep well. I thought of climbing down using the wedges on the wall, but with the flashlight hanging from my neck, I couldn't light my footing properly. And even if there was enough lighting, I didn't even know if the wedges were sturdy enough. It'd be like committing suicide. Satoshi-kun was at the bottom of this well. That's when I felt it. A warm hand rubbed my head, for sure. Shion, you finally found me. Satoshi-kun. 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 I've been looking for you for so long. I'm sorry I couldn't find you while you're still alive. Sorry. I'm sorry. It's not your fault, Shion. There was nothing you could have done before I was killed. But you did everything you could do after I was dead. Satoshi-kun, I wanted to join you. I'm coming right now. I'm going to jump, so please catch me. Satoshi-kun smiled bitterly. I was saddened to see him reject me. Shion, I'm happy that you found me. But you are alive, Shion. It's so important to be alive, you can't waste it. If you aren't here, then I don't want to live. It's so important, chat. Be alive. Don't be Shion.
It's not wrong, but it does feel weird to say.
People die when they are killed, Radium. If you aren't here, I don't want to live. I want to be with you, Satoshi-kun. I want to be close to you. I want you to rub my head again. I want to spend time with you. I'll be a good girl. I want to be with you. Live. Do I have to? Live and enjoy your life, okay? What's so fun about living alone? You'll find out, so long as you're alive.
Live. I will. Live. I will live.
The eerie well now felt warm. I wasn't allowed to go down to the bottom, but the edge of this well was the place where you and I could meet.
Mion. Satoshi-kun. I found him. He's at the bottom of the well, isn't he?
Well, I was very wrong about us getting done with this chapter soon because the next ad break warning popped up.
I think so. I can't think of anywhere else he'd be.
Mion started to sob.
You weren't there when Satoshi-kun was killed, were you? No. If you were there, would you have begged the hag to forgive him? Yes. I would have begged her to let him live. Liar. Eh? You liar!
On that day a year ago, I had just recalled how cruel Mion was then, when she forced me to rip out my nails acting in her role as the successor. Even if she was there when Satoshi-kun was killed, she wouldn't have stopped being the successor. Satoshi-kun was brought to the torture room. When he saw Mion, I'm sure he thought he would save him. Even as he heard the family head read out his death sentence, I'm sure he looked at Mion and believed that she would save him. He believed Mion was acting that way only because she was with her relatives. He believed she would help him, but she didn't do anything. He was trapped to a restraining device, yet she still wouldn't do anything. Mion was cruel. Mion, isn't it about time to help me? I see. I get it. I get it. It's time for capitalism.
Wow.
Whoa.
Whoa. Boo.
Perfect time to cancel raids, though.
I loved her.
What?
I loved her. I guess I loved him.
So confused. Like, who's her?
You know.
Who is she?
Who is she?
Who is she? My heart. I loved him. Where?
Wait. Yippee. Almost. We're almost done with the ad.
Almost.
Feels like they get longer the further into stream we go. Granted, I did pause it for like 15 minutes earlier, so that probably didn't help. Alright, we're so back.
Welcome back.
I see. I get it. You're with the rest of the family members, so you can't even show a hint of compassion. That sucks.
Oh, help him! Help him! Why?
Where?
Why didn't you help him? You saw him looking at you, begging it to help him, didn't you? Why didn't you help him? Even when he was going through a rough time because of his awful aunt, you didn't help him. Yeah. You pretended to sympathize, but you didn't help him. You ignored him. He was cornered because you didn't help him. I tried. I tried to support him. Even when you didn't protect him from killing his aunt, I did. I sacrificed myself to fight for him. 3 nails were nothing. But it wasn't enough to rescue Satoshi-kun. I couldn't help him. And do you know why? Because I was Shion then. As Shion, I was kept away from Hinamizawa, and nobody told me anything. I couldn't know anything.
But you were different. You were Mion. You were right in the middle of everything. And you knew everything. Everyone told you everything. If I were you, I would have helped Satoshi-kun. I would have. But you were Mion. Give it back, Mion. That name isn't just yours. It's mine too. Besides, it was mine to begin with, remember? No shit. I just let you be Mion. Remember? It was mine. Give it back to me. Give me my name back. I can't stand that you even look like Mion. If I were Mion then... Ah!
I kicked the bars. I kicked them again and again. Mion curled up fearfully in the back of the cell, as if she were trying to prevent the bars from crashing down onto her.
So, did they actually swap names?
Mm-hmm.
Called it.
Notebook page 188. After that, I joined the youth group in search for Kimiyoshi. I went down the town council's phone directory and called to see if he had visited, then had the group split according to the circular notice divisions and sent them to search the town. Everybody seemed to be assuming they wouldn't find him, but since I knew they were definitely never would, it was just bothersome to me. Even after midnight, they were all still enthusiastically looking for him. I bore the sleepiness while yawning. Then I heard somebody whisper, "Last year, we did the same thing when Satoshi Hojo-kun went missing." The youth group was looking for someone who would never be found, just like last year. I was yawning because I knew this. Last year, they must have also been some people who were yawning and grinning on the side. When did we stop searching last year, do you remember? When Satoshi Hojo-kun was missing? Oh, what time was it? I guess that was around midnight. It was already 2 in the morning.
Olin, do you want us to be reading any of these lines?
It's fine. It's throwaway lines. Although they spent this much time searching for Kimiyoshi, they didn't do the same when Satoshi-kun went missing. After all, some people knew they wouldn't find him. They must have been sleepy. They must have said they should leave it to the police. Shit. I want to kill the people who said that. Alright. Well, that went longer than I expected. But let's find somebody to raid.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh boy. Chen was streaming, but that was like 4.5 hours ago when he started, so I'd be very surprised if he still was.
He raided out.
Let's see. Natsu has been live for less than half an hour.
Yeah.
Oh, Goose is streaming, though they've been going for a decent while. Salo has been crazy and gone for 12 hours. It's been a bit since we raided Natsu, I think. So since he just started, it'd be perfect to raid him. He's doing some Xenoblade X. Oh, it's also his stream anniversary. Okay, that's perfect. Well, his affiliate anniversary. So, in that case, we're gonna say the funny party hat thing as our raid message. So, go ahead and copy and paste this. Though it'll probably be a prompt if you're on desktop anyway. Thank you all for coming. We'll hopefully be back next week to finish off this chapter. And I'll be back on normal streams this week, I promise.
Yippee!
Did we get any actual answers this chapter other than the kidnapping? Because I feel like everything has still been said in speculation. Like, we have no definitive proof that Satoshi is down the well.
No.
Just a phantom feeling and everyone being like, yeah, probably.
What's that, boy?
It's all vibes.
Satoshi's in the well?
It's fine. Everything's fine.
Everything is fine and normal.
Yes. I will see you guys later. Let me start the raid. Have a good night, chat. Take care of yourselves, okay? Bye.
Good night, everybody.
Why?